Chapter 2016. The police in charge of the Narita Pass case in Kyoto, Japan, were furious. They clamored to find out who had posted the video of the scene online without permission. However, this wasn't something that could be found out in a short period of time. What was urgent was that the video had already caused a huge impact and aroused the curiosity of the netizens. The police could no longer shirk responsibility. They didn't even wait to confirm with people before announcing that they were going to hold a press conference. On the day of the press conference, almost all the media from all over the world were present. Everyone was gathering their strength to teach a big country in the East a lesson. The reporters and anchors from various news agencies stood in front of their own news agencies' cameras and excitedly told the whole story of the lawsuit. It was as if they weren't here to mourn the death of Narita-kun, but to attend a grand carnival. The Huaxia Empire also attached great importance to this press conference. The Senate, where Gu Nianji was even more prepared. In the main conference hall of the Senate, there was a big screen as big as a wall, broadcasting the press conference of the Kyoto police live. Although it was Japanese news, everyone could still understand the content because there were subtitles. Moreover, the senators also wore an automatic translation headset that could translate at the same time as the live audience. Gu Nianji sat in her office and watched the live broadcast. She didn't watch it in the main conference hall with the senators. Because not only did she have to watch the live broadcast, but she also had to check the online public opinion. Her own team also had their own tasks. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin sat in Song Jinning's apartment and watched the live broadcast on TV. Lu Jin knew many languages, including Japanese. Therefore, he could understand and speak Japanese, but he never bothered to show it. He often found an interpreter to pretend. However, this time, Lu Yuan didn't allow him to find an interpreter to come to Song Jinning's house, so Lu Jin had no choice but to act as Lu Yuan's Japanese interpreter. Looking at the Japanese police officers on the television who couldn't hide their excitement, Lu Jin sneered, crossed his arms, and said, "Investigate these people at the press conference one by one. Everyone must have something to do with the person behind the scenes." Lu Yuan rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, "That makes sense, but it's a waste of time to check everyone. Can we find out who has the closest relationship with the person behind the scenes? The average one. Hisashi." Lu Jin sat up straight when he heard this and carefully studied the police officers sitting on the podium on the television. Because it was a high-definition television, the effect of the live broadcast was very clear. One could even clearly see where these people had moles and spots on their faces. Their expressions could be seen even more clearly. After watching for a while, Lu Jin relaxed and leaned back. He put one foot up on the soft stool in front of him and said lazily, "The second man on the left is their leader." His smile was no different from the others, but his gaze was steadier and more powerful than any of them. Both of his hands were placed on the long table, and the ring finger of his left hand was tapping rhythmically on the surface of the table. Even though it was an unconscious action, the tapping was indeed Morse code. Lu Yuan, just by looking at his movements, you know he's sending Morse code. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, how stupid would he have to be to use Morse code to send a message? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes at Lu Jin, puzzled. Lu Jin clicked his tongue. "Boss Lu, you don't understand this. This belongs to the field of psychology. It's about the relationship between human subconscious actions and one's upbringing. The unconscious tapping of his fingers is all Morse code. It's not that he uses this method to send messages, but it exposes his professional habits and personal experiences." "What's this person's name?" Lu Jin said as he took out his iPad tablet to check the background information of the people who were holding the press conference today. "Oh, his name is Ichiro Yamamoto. He's from a pretty good family. He works in the public relations department of the Capital Police Department." "Boss Lu, as a police officer who works in public relations, his subconscious action is to tap on Morse code. How reasonable do you think his identity is? Lu Yuan finally understood and praised Lu Jin with a smile. As expected of the only descendant of Gu's psychology. He does have some skills. If my father were still alive, he would be able to turn these people on stage upside down with just a few glances. Lu Jin had been proud of his talent since he was young and rarely admired anyone. His father, Gu Haoze, was one of the few. The best psychologists don't just know how to listen to the privacy of people's tree holes for money by the hour. Lu Jin continued, the best psychologists in the Huaxia Empire were all physiognomists in the early years. They can tell who you are, where you come from, what your occupation is, and your family background with just a glance. Some can even analyze the previous 3 generations and the next 3 generations. As for those psychological problems, the ones that really become illnesses are problems with the body, not just the mind. For example, neuroendocrine disorders can cause a huge change in mood, making people think that they have psychological problems, but in fact, they don't. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. I just asked you a question, and you can talk so much. It's a waste of your talent that you didn't run for Prime Minister. Lu Jin immediately shouted, I told you I should run for Prime Minister. None of you want to. All of you think that I'll be in trouble if I get elected. Lu Yuan was amused by him. You know about that too. Alright, you're quite self-aware. TSK, you don't even know about that. Do you think I'm stupid? Lu Jin shook his head disdainfully. If my girl supports it, it's useless for any of you to object. Let me tell you. I know. Your girl is the boss. You'll listen to your girl in everything, okay? Lu Yuan also felt that Lu Jin, who was a doting demon, had already developed into a show-off demon. If he didn't mention Gu Nianji a few times a day, that day would never end. It's good that you know. Lu Jin tilted his head and watched the press conference for a while. On the television, the police officers were excitedly telling everyone about the process of finding the suicide note. The suicide note was well hidden. It was very difficult to find. We didn't know that there was a suicide note at first. We just wanted to find out whether Narita-kun's death was suicide or homicide, so we conducted a carpet search of his house. In the end, we found this suicide note. I can imagine that Narita-kun's feelings at that time were very complicated. Narita-kun was an outstanding reporter. We are also very sorry that he gave up his life. As he spoke, a group of police officers in police uniforms stood up and bowed in unison. The scene was spectacular. Some of the reporters below the stage couldn't wait any longer and shouted, quickly open the suicide note and see what's written. Only then did the police officer on the stage take out the suicide note sealed in red lacquer and show it to everyone. Everyone, as you can see, we haven't opened this suicide note yet. It came from Narita-kun's spirit in heaven. Hearing this, the reporters at the scene instantly quietened down. The police officers found a special notary to go on stage to prove that this suicide note was original and not forged. After the atmosphere was set, a female police officer stood up and said in a sweet and regretful voice, as everyone knows, Narita-kun was threatened in public in the Netherlands a few days ago. They wanted to use the power of the whole country to make things difficult for a reporter who advocated justice for the public. This kind of pressure is not something that ordinary people can understand. We are also very sad that Narita-kun made such a choice. No one helped him. How desperate must he have been at the last moment of his life? After vividly stirring up everyone's emotions, the female police officer broke the red lacquer seal under the supervision of the notary. She opened the suicide note and immediately began to read it. I'm Narita Yamaguchi. I can't live anymore. They paid me to cause trouble, but when it happened, they ignored me. They threw me out as a scapegoat. I had no choice but to do this. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. I'm leaving. Kiko, I'm sorry. I didn't promise to marry you. The reporters at the scene were stunned. They didn't expect this result at all. The police officer on the rostrum was stunned for a moment. She quickly reacted and knocked on the table to ask the female police officer to stop reading. However, this suicide note wasn't long. Before the female police officer could react, she had already finished reading. At this time, the internet was in an uproar. The craze almost paralyzed the entire internet system in Japan. Did everyone see that? Narita-kun is actually a scapegoat. This news spread like wildfire and quickly became a hot topic on the internet. The Japanese version, English version, Spanish version, and Chinese version of the same news were all online. It took over the headlines of almost all social media. Even the automatic push notifications of many websites were replaced with this news because of the impact of the big data. He's actually a scapegoat. Doesn't that mean that the questioning in the Netherlands a few days ago was deliberately stirring up trouble to discredit him? Huaxia is really wrong this time. Japan's XX News has really screwed up this time. And the comments on the official social media account of the Kyoto police were simply the scene of a major accident. The momentum that they wanted to build up was used by others. Aren't you guys going to tell us who the person behind this Narita-kun who committed suicide is? As the police, shouldn't you guys protect the citizens from the threat of criminal gangs? Narita-kun committed suicide not because he was accused, but because he was used as a scapegoat and had no other way out. If he didn't die, you guys would have also made him commit suicide, right? Soon, this suicide reply also went viral on the internet. The calls to investigate the truth and find out who the mastermind behind Narita-kun were getting louder and louder. Now, even the conclusion of suicide could not be preserved. Forensic experts from a large country in the East came out at the right time. They used interviews, short videos, and various jokes to educate the public about the difference between suicide and suicide. The cause of death of this Narita-kun, judging from the photos at the scene, is very likely not suicide. On the surface, it looks like a suicide, but in fact, it was a fatal stab. In this kind of situation, it would be very difficult for a person to commit suicide. Because when committing suicide, the hand holding the knife would be very tight, because a fatal stab requires a lot of strength. If you don't hold the knife in your hand tightly and find the fatal point, it would be impossible to kill with a single stab. And look at the picture released by the Kyoto police. Narita-kun's hand holding the knife was actually not holding it. Holding the knife this way, not to mention killing myself with a single stab, even if I could cut the skin, it would be considered my loss. It's obvious that Narita-kun was killed. It wasn't suicide. The short animated videos were even more classic. Talented netizens even took screenshots and made them into emojis. Some even added Japanese to it and spread it everywhere on the internet. Gu Nyenji, who had been paying attention to the public opinion on the internet, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Playing with the remote control in her hand, there was a curved wall-mounted TV on the opposite wall. It was showing the chaotic scene of the Kyoto police press conference. It was no longer a live broadcast from the Japanese TV station. Their live broadcast had been cut off 5 minutes ago. The current scene on the TV was the scene sent back by the Huaxia news agency. At that moment, the landline on her desk rang. Gu Nyenji looked at it and saw that it was Speaker Long's internal line. She answered the phone and said with a smile, "Speaker Long." Speaker Long's face was glowing as he said loudly, "Nyenji, quickly prepare a speech to express the Senate's view on Narita-kun's matter." The TV station agrees to broadcast it immediately. Speaker Long was very dedicated to anything that could make the Senate proud and expand the Senate's influence. He didn't care about the life and death of Narita-kun Pass at all, but he couldn't ignore the Senate's reputation. Gu Nyenji agreed and went to the bathroom to tidy up her appearance. Then she came to the Senate's live broadcast room. After connecting with the TV station, she said gently and calmly with a calm expression, "The Huaxia Senate is extremely saddened by the news that broke out in Kyoto today." Narita-kun was a reporter. As a reporter, he disregarded the principles of fairness and impartiality of the news. He cooperated with people with ulterior motives and wantonly smeared other countries. I think he had already repented at the moment of his death. I am here to condemn those behind the scenes. Don't think that you can get away with murdering Narita-kun. Narita-kun's death can only make people full of disgust and disgust for you. Not only will the general public despise you, but your own people will also tremble in fear. An organization that has no responsibility and is used to using its own people as scapegoats. How many people are willing to give their all for you and die for you? I advise those who help the evildoers to wake up as soon as possible, leave this behind, and report this behind to find a way to survive for Narita-kun and yourselves. Gu Nianji's live broadcast was subtitled in all the major languages of the world by the Huaxia television station. It was continuously broadcast 24 hours a day. On the internet, this trending video, which was less than 3 minutes long, was also constantly being reposted. The official system of the Kyoto Police Department in Kyoto was directly tagged and crashed. The netizens were even more excited. I hereby announce that I have officially become Chief Gu's diehard fan. Get out of here. I am Chief Gu's wife's fan. Is that less? I am Chief Gu's husband's fan. I am Chief Gu's husband. Who said I am a husband's fan? Come out and fight me one-on-one. Chief Gu is amazing. This shout must have disintegrated the organization of the behind-the-scenes mastermind, right? Disintegrated a criminal organization without bloodshed. I only admire Chief Gu when it comes to cleaning up evil. This was today's big chapter with 2 chapters in one, chapter 2005, I only admire Chief Gu. After sleeping for 10 hours, she finally felt comfortable. Oh, intersection. Oh. Moi, everyone, my little angels. Chapter 2017. At the press conference of the Kyoto Police Department, the police officer who read Narita Yamaguchi's suicide note was stunned for a few minutes. The scene was also quiet, and then it suddenly became noisy. What the hell is going on? Didn't they say that he was forced to death by a big country in the East? Why is he called a scapegoat? Is there a mastermind behind this? The reporters present were all discussing, and they couldn't stand this sudden turn of events. The police officers on the stage were also sweating profusely, and they kept standing up and bowing to everyone to express their apologies. And the person sitting at the very edge who was subconsciously typing Morse code quietly retreated from the rostrum. Mr. Chief, we saw a lot of people on the internet saying that this Narita-kun was murdered. Is that true? If he was murdered, then what's with this suicide note? The police officer on the rostrum nodded hurriedly and said, "This suicide note is fake. It's fake. Narita-kun shouldn't have committed suicide. It's murder. Yes, yes, yes. Narita-kun was murdered. This suicide note is fake. Since the suicide note is fake, then the scapegoat is nonsense." The chief of the police department finally got back to the topic. He breathed a sigh of relief and took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his forehead. That's not necessarily true. It's also possible that he was murdered as a scapegoat, a reporter from Huaxia said with a smile. Are you stupid? He was murdered, why would he write a suicide note? The reporter next to him rolled his eyes and said with disdain. The reporter from Huaxia wasn't angry. He raised his camera and microphone to the rostrum and said indifferently, maybe he felt danger, so he wrote a suicide note. But before he could commit suicide, he was murdered. Is that possible? It wasn't impossible, but it was strange no matter how they looked at it. Even the police's press conference was filled with a sense of arrangement. But most of the reporters tacitly didn't point out this doubt. After all, everyone had gathered together mainly to slap the face of a certain country in the East. Now that they had failed to slap the face of a certain country in the East, they had slapped their own faces instead. Everyone wanted to quickly forget about this matter and not cause too much trouble on the internet. However, the internet had its own memory, and it was not something that the major news media could control. As a result, the news of a fake suicide note and Narita-kun murdered once again flooded social media. Because of this, some of the henchmen really felt distressed. Some of them really turned themselves in, and some even went to report it. The headquarters of the Huaxia Empire's Special Operations Forces had received a lot of intelligence reports from Japan. The field personnel summarized the information and sent it back through the Nandus satellite communication system. Within 5 minutes, it was placed on Hua Xiaoheng's desk. He looked at the pieces of information that were sent back one by one and found that these clues all pointed to an organization. Carlyle International Investments Limited, S. Pacific Rim Private Equity Fund. Carlyle Corporation was an investment bank based in the United States but registered in the Cayman Islands. Pacific Rim Private Equity Fund was one of the investment portfolios of this investment bank. This kind of fund was not for sale to the public. It was only available to individuals with high net worth. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the name of this fund and felt that it was a little familiar. Wasn't this the private equity fund that had once taken advantage of the situation to buy the Hong Corporation? After thinking for a while, Hua Xiaoheng called Zhao Liangze in and said, "Little Zhe, give me a report on Carlyle International Investments Limited. Especially its Pacific Rim Private Equity Fund. You must investigate it carefully." Zhao Liangze accepted the task and returned to his office. He began to discuss with his subordinates how to divide the work. Hua Xiaoheng sat in his office and turned off the lights. He only turned on the projection screen on the opposite wall and began to draw mind. Set brain map. On the projection screen, he first wrote the name Narita Yamaguchi in the middle. Then, from his name, many parabolas grew and connected to other names. And what connected these seemingly unrelated individuals together was the Pacific Rim Private Equity Fund. Because the money given to these people was all from this private equity fund. Including Narita Yamaguchi. He went to the Netherlands in an attempt to provoke Gu Nianji and take the opportunity to smear the Huaxia Empire. The funds used were all provided by Pacific Rim Private Equity Fund. This private equity fund's actions were originally very secretive. Most of the time, they used cash for transactions. Originally, outsiders wouldn't be able to find out. Even if they hacked into the internal computer of this Pacific Rim Private Equity Fund, they might not be able to find any clues. However, Gu Nianji's speech was too provocative. She actually encouraged many of the people behind the scenes related to Narita Yamaguchi to turn themselves in and report it. It was precisely because of these small fries reports that this Pacific Rim Private Equity Fund gradually surfaced. However, in Japan, this news had been completely blocked and suppressed. The Pacific Rim Private Equity Fund, which was dominated by American investors, was still a pure white lotus. It was most loved by the beautiful Japanese. Hua Xiaoheng was able to get the news all because of the Huaxia Empire's powerful field personnel. However, looking at the Pacific Rim Private Equity Fund on the voting screen, Hua Xiaoheng still didn't understand. Why did this private equity fund do this? If he hadn't noticed it before, he could now completely see it. What this private equity fund had been doing recently was related to Gu Nianji. It couldn't be said that it was coming for her, but it was faintly discernible around her, sometimes close and sometimes far away. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a while and put away the intelligence report. Without turning on the lights, he took his car keys and left the office. He went to the Senate building to pick up Gu Nianji from work. After he went out, he realized that it was only 6:00. Gu Nianji was busy now and hadn't gotten off work before 7 o'clock. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and drove to Song Jinning's house first. He wanted to talk to Lu Jin first. When he arrived at Song Jinning's apartment, Hu Xiaoheng rang the doorbell. It was Lu Yuan who opened the door. Hu Xiaoheng was a little surprised, but he didn't show it. He smiled and said, "President Lu didn't go out today. I was out all day and picked out the company's office building. I just signed the lease." Lu Yuan smiled and said, "I was about to cook dinner. Do you want to help me?" Hu Xiaoheng politely declined. He actually didn't like to cook, but Gu Nianji liked to eat, so he was willing to cook for her. Other times, he would rather eat in the cafeteria than cook. Unlike Lu Yuan, he was a true lover of cooking. "I still have something to talk to Professor Lu about." "You go ahead. I'll come help after I finish talking to Professor Lu." Hu Xiaoheng perfunctorily brushed past Lu Yuan and went straight to Lu Jin. Lu Jin had just returned from the Institute of High Energy Physics and was tinkering with the computer program in his room. Hu Xiaoheng knocked on his door. "Professor Lu." Lu Jin heard Hu Xiaoheng's voice and pursed his lips. He turned around and said with a smile, "Xiaoheng, you're here. Where's Nianji?" Hu Xiaoheng, he didn't mind and walked in calmly. He sat in front of Lu Jin's desk and said, "Are you familiar with the old madam of the Hong Corporation?" Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. "Why did you think of asking about old Madam Hong?" "I'm not familiar with her. Boss Lu is more familiar with her." Hu Xiaoheng, he nodded, stood up, and said, "Then I'll go ask President Lu." Then he exchanged a few pleasantries and asked Lu Jin what experiments he had been doing recently. Lu Jin didn't even turn his head. He waved his hand and said impatiently, all right. You won't understand even if I tell you, so don't waste your time with me. Go find Boss Lu. He has a good temper and talks a lot. He's most liked by ignorant women and children." Hu Xiaoheng, he really couldn't respond to this. He also felt that it hadn't been easy for Lu Yuan to work with someone like Lu Jin for the past 18 years. However, when he walked into the kitchen, Lu Yuan turned around to look at him and smiled. He teased. "I told you to help, but you refused. You deserve to take a detour." Hu Xiaoheng didn't sympathize with Lu Yuan at all. He deserved to work with Lu Jin for the past 18 years. Hu Xiaoheng walked in without looking sideways. He had no intention of helping. He asked calmly, "President Lu, are you quite familiar with old Madam Hong?" "Not bad. Her Hong Corporation is currently undergoing a reorganization under the guidance of our Lu Corporation, and then it will continue to seek to go public overseas." Hu Xiaoheng, this was the first update of the day, Chapter 2006, Pulling the Radish Out of the Mud. There were 2 updates today. At 8:00 in the evening. P.S. Thank you to Heaven's Candy for the 10,000 Chidian coins the day before yesterday. Thank you to McMug Loves Blue for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Kiss me, little angels. Chapter 2018. Lu Yuan waited for a long time, but seeing that Hu Xiaoheng still didn't speak, he turned around and looked at him in surprise. "What's wrong? Why didn't you continue asking?" Hu Xiaoheng turned around and leaned his back against the kitchen counter. He said calmly, "If you don't want to tell me, what's the point of me asking?" He actually didn't take the bait. Lu Yuan looked at him approvingly. "You're getting more and more composed. You can even ignore my words." Hu Xiaoheng smiled. "You mean, you're very familiar with old Madam Hong?" This time, Lu Yuan didn't keep him in suspense. He nodded and said, "It's not easy for old Madam Hong either. A woman has to support such a big family business. If I can help, I'll help." Hu Xiaoheng had seen Lu Yuan's ruthlessness in doing business. Was he really happy to help others? He was underestimating the ability of capitalists to suck blood. Hu Xiaoheng didn't comment, nor did he want to pay attention to these capital operations. He asked bluntly, then you guys are cutting off the Pacific Rim private equity fund. Will they just stand by and wait for death to befall them? Lu Yuan turned on the electromagnetic stove and began to cook. He said, "You don't understand. In business, harmony makes money. No successful businessman will fight with others to the end for the sake of a gamble." Hu Xiaoheng keenly sensed that Lu Yuan was talking about successful businessmen. He smiled knowingly and said, "So all businessmen who fight with others to the end for the sake of a gamble have failed." Of course. When doing business, if it's just for the sake of a gamble, it's impossible to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of your own. Only by killing 1,000 enemies and losing 2,000 of your own can you vent your anger. Over time, who have you seen doing business like this and still be able to continue? Naturally, they all went out of business. Lu Yuan's movements were very fast. A plate of green cabbage with mashed garlic was ready to be served. Are you saying that because you think that the Pacific Rim private equity fund won't interfere in the matter between you and the Hong Corporation? Hu Xiaoheng still wasn't sure of Lu Yuan's intentions. Lu Yuan placed the soup pot on the electromagnetic stove and said disapprovingly, "Of course they will interfere." Hu Xiaoheng, are you saying that their business will definitely fail? You don't understand. Lu Yuan turned to look at him and said meaningfully, "I'm sure that they won't stand by and do nothing. They'll definitely interfere in the matters between our Lu Corporation and the Hong Corporation. This is based on their methods. Think about how they worked with the Hong Corporation previously. What methods did they use?" Hu Xiaoheng said in a low voice, "Their plan is to help the Hong Corporation get listed first, but in order to build momentum for the listing, they took the risk of infringing on other companies' intellectual property rights." Lu Yuan nodded. "Then, after it goes public, this problem will definitely be exposed. When the time comes, the Hong Corporation's stock price will plummet. They'll buy it at a low price, then repackage it and sell it at a high price." Hu Xiaoheng's eyes flashed. But Professor Lu and Ninji messed things up. The fact that the Hong Corporation infringed on the intellectual property rights of other companies was exposed in advance, and they failed to get listed. Yes, so they immediately changed their minds and directly let the private equity funds in the Pacific Rim take over the Hong Corporation at a low price. Our Lu Corporation stepped forward at this time. Not only did we solve the imminent crisis of the Hong Corporation, but we also gained the trust of old Madame Hong and were able to take over the overseas listing business from her. Lu Yuan smiled radiantly. The passage of time did not age him. Instead, it made him like a jar of old wine, making people unable to stop wanting to. But the Pacific Rim private equity funds that used underhanded methods. Hu Xiaoheng suddenly understood. They won't let go. But are they doing it for a gamble, or for other reasons? Lu Yuan gave Hu Xiaoheng a thumbs up in appreciation. That's the right way to think. With their qualifications and abilities, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't continue to tangle with the Hong Corporation. But if they still want to continue to fight with us, then it's definitely not for a gamble, nor is it for business. They have other reasons. Hu Xiaoheng then talked about the Narita Yamaguchi incident. Your guess is very reasonable. I just received news from Japan that the Pacific Rim private equity funds are behind Narita Yamaguchi. Although Lu Yuan was mentally prepared, he was still surprised to hear that the Pacific Rim private equity funds were behind Narita Yamaguchi. He stared at it and thought for a long time before saying, "It seems like their target has already shifted to Ninji. Wasn't it for Ninji from the beginning?" Hu Xiaoheng was always used to thinking too much about things related to Gu Ninji. "I don't think so," Lu Yuan said simply. "Think about when we came back. And this Carlyle Corporation started contacting the Hong Corporation more than a year ago and gave Guo Huining a rotten idea." Hu Xiaoheng frowned, still feeling that there was a problem. Even if we've been back for less than 2 months, Ninji didn't leave more than a year ago. Lu Yuan had been absent from this world for 18 years, so Hu Xiaoheng naturally knew about Gu Nianji's situation from the age of 12 to 19. Now that he heard Hu Xiaoheng's words, he felt that it made sense. That's true. At that time, Nianji was still here. If they started making arrangements at that time, was it really for Nianji? Lu Yuan thought about the problem from a business perspective. But why did they choose the Hong Corporation? The only person in the Hong Corporation who has interacted with you is Hong Ziki, the young master with mediocre abilities. They don't really think that making a move against the Hong Corporation will implicate Nianji, do they? You're not familiar with Hong Ziki, so Nianji's relationship with them is even more distant. So that doesn't make sense. Hu Xiaoheng also felt that it was a little far-fetched to think so. Yes, if their target was Nianji, why would they choose the Hong Corporation instead of other organizations or people? As he muttered to himself, Lu Yuan took the opportunity to ask him to help him cook. Hu Xiaoheng was thinking about something else, so he subconsciously followed Lu Yuan's instructions. When Lu Jin was so hungry that he came to the kitchen to look for something to eat, he said, "Huh? Boss Lu, are you slacking off? Why is Xiaoheng cooking?" Hu Xiaoheng looked down at the spatula in his hand and the corners of his mouth twitched. Lu Yuan held a cup of tea and said with a smile, "I'm tired. I'll rest for a while." Xiaoheng respects the old and loves the young. He's a good example for us. Lu Jin scoffed and pointed at Lu Yuan. He ordered directly. "You're the one who's lazy. It's getting colder today. I want to eat steamed eggs with oysters, stewed lamb ribs with radish, and sea cucumber porridge. Nianji can eat these dishes too. It's best to nourish her in winter." Hu Xiaoheng came back to his senses when he heard Lu Jin's words. He wanted to put down the spatula immediately, but when he heard Lu Jin order, he remembered that Gu Nianji had been busy with work recently and was under a lot of pressure. It seemed like he needed to make up for it. After dinner, Hu Xiaoheng looked at his watch. It was already past 7 o'clock. Lu Jin and Lu Yuan were sitting at the dining table and had already started drinking red wine. Hu Xiaoheng picked up the car keys. "I'll go pick up Nianji." He didn't call because he wanted to surprise Gu Nianji. Actually, Gu Nianji also had bodyguards by her side. Other than the high-ranking officials of the Senate, who had security personnel assigned according to their rank, there was also Hu Xiaoheng's side. According to her rank as Hu Xiaoheng's wife, she also had the highest level of security. Gu Nianji had just finished a meeting with her team staff and finalized the procedural issues of suing the news agency where Narita Yamaguchi worked. "Everyone, you've worked hard. This matter has come to an end. Everyone doesn't have to work overtime for now. You can all go back." Gu Nianji smiled and nodded at everyone. "I'll apply for a level 1 overtime pay for everyone later." The overtime pay of their staff in the Senate had to be approved by the Senate. "Thank you, Chief Gu." When they heard that there was a level 1 overtime pay, everyone immediately felt that the hard work was worth it. Gu Nianji returned to her office. There was still one last bit of work to be done. Rong Mingxing came over and knocked on the door. She smiled and said, "Chief Gu, shall we go together?" "Sure." Gu Nianji smiled and nodded. "I'll drive." "Where's your car?" "I'll drive too." "I'll go downstairs with you." Rong Mingxing was very understanding and deliberately waited to go downstairs with Gu Nianji. Although there wouldn't be any danger in the Senate building, they were still very cautious and wouldn't leave only one person on the floor of the building. Gu Nianji also understood her good intentions. The two of them had gotten to know each other through a fight. She quickly finished her work and looked at the time. It was just past 7 o'clock. The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked into the elevator together and went downstairs. When they came out of the Senate building, the cold air hit them in the face. Gu Nianji took a deep breath and exhaled a mouthful of white frost. The dark blue and quiet night sky presented a semi-solidified sapphire color. The sky was full of stars, and it was rare for good weather. Her and Rong Mingxing's car wasn't parked in the underground parking lot. Instead, it was parked in the open-air parking lot not far from the Senate building. The two of them planned to walk directly over and treat it as a stroll. At that moment, the door of a car parked on the nearby road suddenly opened. Guo Huining got out of the car first, then opened the back door and respectfully helped Grandfather Hua out of the back seat. "Miss Gu, your future grandfather is here to see you." Guo Huining raised her voice to stop Gu Nianji. She was in a very good mood. This is today's second chapter, Chapter 2007, The Habit of Thinking Too Much. It's 2 o'clock today. Moi moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2019. Gu Nianji turned her head to look. In front of the streetlights of the Senate building, there was a silver-black car parked. It was very long and looked very low-key, like a Passat. However, Gu Nianji had good eyesight and caught a glimpse of the car's logo from the corner of her eye. It wasn't a Passat, but a Phaeton. The price difference between the two was 10 times, and because the Phaeton had been discontinued, the rarer it was, the more expensive it was. In the eyes of car experts, the old Phaeton with the highest specs had already been hyped up for a sky-high price. Gu Nianji couldn't tell what specs the car had, but she knew it was definitely not cheap. Grandfather Hua was now a nobody, but he could actually afford a Phaeton. She narrowed her eyes and turned around to stand silently under a tree that had already lost all its leaves. The streetlights shone through the bare branches, casting mottled shadows that flickered on and off. Guo Huining supported Grandfather Hua and stood by the car for a while. Seeing that Gu Nianji had no intention of coming over, she coughed awkwardly and said, "Miss Gu, won't you come over to meet your future grandfather?" Gu Nianji originally wanted to see what Guo Huining and Grandfather Hua were talking about. Hearing Guo Huining's words, her heart skipped a beat. She took out a pair of sunglasses from her bag and said lightly, "Hello, what can I do for you?" "It's already past 7 in the evening. I just got off work and haven't had dinner yet." In Miss Gu's heart, having dinner is more important than meeting your future grandfather. Guo Huining clicked her tongue. "We haven't had dinner either. Why don't we have dinner together?" Gu Nianji chuckled softly and said very gently, "I wouldn't dare. The last time I went to the Hong Group Hotel for dinner, Miss Guo kicked me out. You haven't even apologized yet. How would I dare to have dinner with Miss Guo? I have stomach problems, so I can't be angry or hungry." Rong Mingxing listened for a while and learned that Gu Nianji and Guo Huining had this conflict. She frowned. She really didn't expect that with Gu Nianji's status today, she would still be kicked out of a hotel during a meal. She looked at Gu Nianji inquiringly. Gu Nianji whispered, "It's a long story." Guo Huining was even more embarrassed, but she still nodded gracefully for Hu Guanchen's sake. "Miss Gu, I was wrong last time. I had eyes but failed to recognize you. I didn't know you were the chief legal advisor of the Senate. Please be magnanimous and spare me this time. Because of what happened last time, I lost my job, and the Hong Corporation also wanted to sue me. Thanks to Grandfather Hua speaking up for me, the Hong family let me go." She sighed and her voice sounded even more aggrieved. "It's just a meal. I came here today to sincerely invite you to a meal and personally apologize to you." Without waiting for Gu Nianji to speak, Grandfather Hua also laughed heartily and said, "Nianji, I know that you and Huining are both good girls. We'll be a family from now on. Let's just say that no discord, no concord." Ha 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 ha. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. She thought to herself, Guo Huining lost her job because she cheated on the Hong Corporation's scooter project. How did it become because of her meal? Of course, if Guo Huining hadn't humiliated her, Lu Jin wouldn't have studied the scooter launched by the Hong Corporation. Of course, Guo Huining's fraud wouldn't have been exposed by him. From this perspective, Guo Huining losing her job did have something to do with Gu Nianji. But she had only herself to blame. It was just like how a thief went to prison because he stole something, not because a passerby reported him. What was even stranger was that Gu Nianji had known about this a long time ago. The Hong Corporation's matter had already been brought to court, but Guo Huining still thought that others didn't know. What did she mean by that? Just as Gu Nianji was pondering Guo Huining's intentions, Wu Xiaoheng walked out of the darkness. He came to Gu Nianji's side and held her hand naturally. It's so late. Why aren't you home yet? Gu Nianji looked up at him. Her dark eyes suddenly lit up, even more beautiful than the stars in the night sky. Wu Xiaoheng couldn't help smiling and stroked her hair. It's cold. Why aren't you wearing a hat? Rong Mingxing saw that Wu Xiaoheng had arrived and quickly said, Nianji, since Mr. Hua is here, I'll be leaving first. See you tomorrow. Gu Nianji nodded and said, text me when you get back and tell me that you've arrived home safely. Okay, I will. She turned around and waved before quickly walking away. Guo Huining didn't look at Rong Mingxing. Her gaze only fell on the couple standing under the bare tree in front of her. The man was tall and straight. His aura should be powerful, but he restrained it very well. The light from the street lamp reflected on his face. Half of it was light and the other half was dark, but it added an indescribable charm to his handsomeness. It made people subconsciously look away after a glance, but that face was already deeply imprinted in their minds. All the women who had seen him would be disappointed and frustrated. Guo Huining looked at him for a while. Thinking of Hu Guanchen, she felt proud again. No matter how good Wu Xiaoheng was, he couldn't compare to Hu Guanchen. In her heart, Hu Guanchen was the real dragon among men. Grandfather Hu didn't expect Wu Xiaoheng to come as well. However, after waiting for a long time and not seeing him come, he was angry and a little guilty. Although Wu Xiaoheng was his grandson, he never put on the airs of a grandfather in front of him. Of course, Guo Huining didn't know this. She looked away and said with a smile, Wu Xiao is here too. Your grandfather specially came to see Miss Gu. Why don't we go eat together? I can also apologize to Miss Gu in person. Gu Nianji waved her hand. It's too late. I want to go home. Miss Gu doesn't need to apologize. You take good care of Grandfather Hua. That's the best apology. Wu Xiaoheng finally looked up and said casually, it's really too late. Since Miss Guo was hired by my father to take care of grandfather, you should work hard and not do your own personal things during working hours. Guo Huining froze and quickly explained, I didn't. Grandfather Hua had dinner today and wanted to go out for a walk. We went for a drive to the Senate building and happened to meet Miss Gu getting off work. So it was along the way. Gu Nianji chuckled. I thought he really came to see me. Well, that's okay. You should take Grandfather Hua back. It's getting cold. Be careful not to catch a cold. Gu Nianji and Wu Xiaoheng's words implied that they were treating Guo Huining as a real nanny. Guo Huining was furious. She was IB University law student and used to be a senior executive at the Hong Corporation. How could they treat her as a real nanny? Also, she wasn't a nanny. She was a housekeeper who helped Hu Guanchen take care of his private estate. Her face darkened, and her tone became agitated. Miss Gu, you are now the chief legal counsel of the Senate. Do you really have to use your power to oppress others? With that, she helped Grandfather Hua into the car from the back door. The car door slammed shut and they quickly drove away. Gu Nianji looked at the black phaeton in shock. There's a driver in the car. The tinted windows of the car were too dark and it was at night. Neither of them had noticed there was a driver in the car. Wu Xiaoheng glanced at them and pulled Gu Nianji into his car. Don't worry about it. So what if there's a driver? You have so many security guards around you. Would they dare to harm you? Gu Nianji glanced at him with a smile. No matter how many security guards there are, they're not as good as you, Hua Xiao. When they returned to Song Jinning's apartment, Gu Nianji mentioned that Guo Huining had taken grandfather Hua to the Senate building. Lu Jin immediately said, she came to look for trouble again. Gu Nianji, Lu Yuan calmly scooped a bowl of soup for Gu Nianji and said, we are investigating the Pacific Rim Private Equity Fund. The person behind Guo Huining is also this Pacific Rim Private Equity Fund. Gu Nianji beamed. President Lu, you're so amazing. Relieved, she followed Hua Xiaoheng back to his official residence to wash up and go to bed. When she woke up the next morning, she realized that she had underestimated her enemy. Overnight, a 3-minute video appeared on the internet and was being forwarded like crazy. Apparently, she was the Senate's chief legal advisor, Gu Nianji, who had recently become very popular. She used her power to oppress others. Because of Emile, a top student from B University was forced to lose her job and become a nanny for her fiancé's family. This is today's first chapter, Chapter 2008, Using Power to Overwhelm People. It's 2 o'clock today. 8:00 in the evening the next day. Moi moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2020. That's too scary. Just because she needed to keep her seat and asked her to leave, she's crazy enough to make her lose her job. Losing her job is fine, but what's even scarier is that she forced her to be a nanny at her fiancé's house. Are you serious? Who's Chief Gu's fiancé? Who else could it be? You don't even know this. The H family. Chief Gu's fiancé, HSH, is the son of General HGC, the director of the political department at the military headquarters. Her fiancé's family is, of course, the famous H family. F***CK. Can the person above speak with a straight tongue? What HSH, HGC? Who's the H family? I hate it when people use letters to replace breaking news. Will you die if you don't show off? The onlookers discussed animatedly. Some people expressed a tacit understanding of the H family mentioned in the video, but others couldn't guess it and cried for science. Just as everyone was guessing who the H family was, someone dug up the video of Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng's engagement ceremony in Russia hosted by President Putin. Let's go and take a look. Don't miss out on the big exclusive news. Chief Gu's fiancé's family has been revealed. The netizens were in an uproar. It's the Hua family. TSK, didn't we already know? Hee, I thought Chief Gu remarried. The person above is so mean. Chief Gu isn't married, nor is she divorced. Her husband didn't die, so why would she remarry? Don't you know how to speak? Just as a group of people quickly chose to take sides, thinking that they were speaking up for the weak, Misqua, Gu Nianji's popularity on the internet came into play. This video is too obvious. I don't believe my wife would be so low. This was Gu Nianji's husband Fan. That's right. It's so dark, and the video's resolution is low. Look at the time, it's already dark. Chief Gu only got off work in the middle of the night. My heart aches for Chief Gu. Not only does she work overtime every day, but she also has to deal with such despicable people. She said that she came to apologize, but then she turned around and said that she was forced to be a nanny. I don't believe that with Miss Gua's ability, she would be forced to be a nanny if she could post a video on the internet and scold our Chief Gu. That's right. Moreover, Chief Gu wasn't married yet. How is it Chief Gu's fault that Miss Guo went to work as a nanny for H's family? When Gu Nianji woke up in the morning, she saw the trending video and immediately understood. He had indeed set up a trap last night. No wonder the driver in the car didn't get out. It turned out that he was hiding in the car to take a video. Gu Nianji's temper was about to explode when she woke up. He was certain that with her current identity and status, it was impossible for her to personally go down and fight, which was why he dared to blatantly point at a deer as a horse. However, it was true that she couldn't personally go up against them. Even if she used a sock puppet, it would give the other party an opportunity to take advantage of. Perhaps the person who set the trap was waiting for her to make a move. To be honest, this kind of thing was usually ignored under normal circumstances. When the novelty wore off, everyone would naturally disperse. However, Gu Nianji wasn't the kind of person who would sit and wait for death. She looked at the war of words on the internet and felt a little better. Someone still spoke up for her. The corners of Gu Nianji's lips curled up slightly as she put her phone back on the bedside table and got up to wash up. When they went to the dining room for breakfast, Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze were already eating. "Good morning, Brother Xiong, Brother Zhe." Gu Nianji sat down across from them with a smile. Zhao Liangze ate breakfast while scrolling through his phone. Without looking up, he said, "Nianji, if you're so powerful, why don't you force her to come here and be a nanny? Our Ah-ku needs a nanny." Ah-ku, who was gnawing on a bone under the dining table, heard his name. He quickly raised his head, pricked up his ears, and barked twice. Yin Shixiang burst out laughing and patted Ah-ku's head. "It's none of your business. Eat your food." Ah-ku turned around to look at Gu Nianji. He trotted over and rubbed against Gu Nianji's leg. Gu Nianji smiled and half squatted down. She also rubbed the head of the short-legged little corgi. "Ah-ku, you're so bad. You're rubbing against my fur so early in the morning." He didn't seem to take it seriously. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze looked at each other and smiled. "Nianji, do you need our help?" Zhao Liangze asked with a smile. Although it's a small matter, the buzzing of flies is also very annoying. There's no need for that. This kind of thing can be easily exposed. The things that Heartwarming has done have long been on the internet. They just suddenly used a specially edited video to shock the public and mislead the goldfish netizens who only have a 7-second memory. Gu Nianji spoke calmly, but she was actually still resentful. She gripped her knife and fork angrily and stabbed it into the smooth ice jade-like plate. If I don't cause trouble for Heartwarming, she should be hiding and laughing. How dare she provoke me again and again? But the angle she found is quite tricky. Being forced to be a nanny. Those who don't know the cause and effect will definitely feel the same way when they see it. Hua Xiaoheng walked in at that moment. He had just returned from morning exercise and was still carrying the cool air outside the house. He bent down to kiss Gu Nianji on the head and said gently, "Morning." Gu Nianji also naturally tilted her head and kissed Hua Xiaoheng on the cheek. "Morning, Hua Xiao." The intimacy was undetectable and natural. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze, who were sitting across from them, shouted in unison. "I refuse the dog food." The short-legged little corgi under the dining table immediately pricked up its ears and jumped up excitedly. It wanted to see where the dog food was. Gu Nianji caught a glimpse of it, and her stomach full of grievances immediately disappeared. She laughed so hard that she lay on the dining table. "Ah-ku, don't worry. Mommy will take you out for a walk after breakfast." Ah-ku was happy and immediately squatted beside Gu Nianji, waiting to go out for a walk with her. Gu Nianji said she was going out for a walk, but she was actually just going out for a walk. She had to come back to pack her things and prepare for work. Hua Xiaoheng sat down beside her and said casually, "We also have a video of what happened yesterday. I've already sent it to your mailbox." Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She tilted her head and asked affectionately, "Really? You also recorded the video? Was it before you came out yesterday?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled but didn't say anything. The Special Operations Force's ability to act within the country was greatly restricted. In order to deal with the endless inquiries of the Senate and the Cabinet, they had adopted new operational guidelines. It was to carry law enforcement surveillance devices with them. If they encountered an emergency, they must immediately turn on the surveillance devices to record. Seeing that there was a complete video, the trace of resentment in Gu Nianji's heart completely disappeared. Not long after, old Madame Hong personally sent her a text message, telling her that she would help her dispel the rumors. This was a pleasant surprise. Gu Nianji quickly replied with a "thank you." She beamed with joy as she showed old Madame Hong's text message to Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze. She said proudly, "Look, a just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support." Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze, who had originally wanted to comfort her, had mixed feelings. It was like discovering that their child had suddenly grown up and could take charge of things on his own. It was a mixture of gratification and joy, but also a sense of loss and depression. After breakfast, Gu Nianji put the dishes back in the kitchen and whistled. Little Ah Ke jumped up and followed her out for a walk. Just as they walked around the path in front of Hu Xiaoheng's official residence, a member of the Special Operations Forces ran up to her and said with a smile, "Miss Gu, someone saw what happened last night. Do you want us to come out and be bystanders?" Gu Nianji's face broke into a big smile. "No need. I think someone is even more anxious than me." She had been thinking about the hot news while she was eating breakfast, and now she had figured it out. The other party had released such an obviously edited video, so it actually had a limited impact on her. Moreover, she was working in the Senate, which was different from other departments. So this time, the other party's target seemed to be her, but it was actually targeting someone else. This person was, of course, the fiancé's house that was insinuated in the online news, which was Hu Guanchen's private residence. Guo Huining was in a position similar to that of a housekeeper in Hu Guanchen's private residence. She continued to analyze the hot news and the facts revealed by the video in the following order. A. It was true that he had a conflict with Gu Nianji. B. It was true that he had lost his job because his conflict with Gu Nianji had been exposed for fraud. C. It was also true that he had become Hu Guanchen's housekeeper and nanny after losing his job. However, in this line of logic, there were a lot of articles to be written about what had prompted Guo Huining to go from A to C. The hot video and the news had captured people's habitual weak imagination and directly pushed the reason from A to C to Gu Nianji. And the person who could help Gu Nianji abuse her power was the biggest mastermind, Hu Guanchen. What was he trying to do? While Gu Nianji was thinking along the way, Lu Jin also saw the news and video. He was instantly furious. Guo Huining is asking for a beating. She's courting death. Lu Jin immediately took out his phone to teach Guo Huining a lesson. Fortunately, Lu Yuan stopped him in time. "You don't need to do anything for such a small matter. Old Madame Hong has already contacted me. She will help Nianji dispel the rumors." This was the second update of today, Chapter 2009, Abuse Your Power. There were 2 updates today. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2021. Really? Lu Jin glared at Lu Yuan. She said to refute the rumors. When will she refute the rumors? Let me tell you, you have to be quick and accurate in refuting the rumors online. Otherwise, it'll be useless. Lu Yuan didn't think too much about it. He paused, picked up his phone, and went to his room to call old Madame Hong. Old Madame Hong had already woken up and was discussing with her secretary how to refute the rumors online. Seeing that Lu Yuan was on the phone, she quickly picked up and said with a smile, "President Lu. I'm preparing to refute the rumors. I'll be able to post it online soon." Lu Yuan smiled. "I was just about to remind you that you have to be quick in refuting the rumors online. Otherwise, it won't be as effective as it should be." "Got it, I got it. I'm writing it, and it'll be posted soon. Old Madam Hong agreed readily. She planned to post the lawyer's letter online as soon as possible. The Hong Corporation was a large company, and it had its own rules and procedures. Old Madam Hong had to go through the proper channels and complete the procedures one by one. Therefore, it was almost time to get off work in the afternoon, but the lawyer's letter to refute the rumors had yet to be produced. Lu Jin was in all his high-energy physics classes today, but he was absent-minded and didn't have the mood to work all day. He had been waiting for old Madam Hong's letter to refute the rumors, but he didn't get it. He was completely furious and called Lu Yuan directly from Song Jinning's office. Where's the letter to refute the rumors? Look at what's going on online. After a day of fermenting, and with the professional water army stirring things up, those who supported Gu Nianji were shaken. What was going on? Why didn't Chief Gu say anything? Gu Nianji, on the other hand, didn't care. She was so busy that she wished she had 3 heads and 6 arms. She treated 1 hour as 2 hours, so since old Madam Hong said that she would personally refute the rumors, she didn't take it to heart. After another day of meeting at the Parliament building, they finally decided on the process of suing Narita Yama's news agency in the International Intellectual Property Arbitration Court. In the conference room, Gu Nianji's team was very excited. They were all young people in their 20s and 30s. Each of them was older than Gu Nianji by several years. But no one looked down on her. She used her ability and style to win the trust and obedience of her colleagues. When the day's work finally came to an end, Gu Nianji rubbed the back of her neck and stretched her legs. She picked up her phone and began surfing the internet to rest. The moment he opened his social media, he was flooded with news about the video. The focus was still on Gu Nianji. People kept saying that she was cold and aloof, that she couldn't tolerate sand in her eyes, and that she would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Whoever offended her, she would punish them to death. At the same time, there was another dark line that pointed to the mysterious HGC. Although HGC wasn't mentioned many times in the posts and replies, his presence was the strongest and caused the most controversy. His identity, background, military rank, and position were all secretly circulated. Some people said that he was in a high position and took good care of his family. He loved his only son very much, so he loved his son's fiancée. When he found out that his son's fiancée had an argument with someone in the hotel, he intervened without hesitation and exerted pressure on the Hong Corporation, prompting them to fire Miss Guo. To avenge Gu Nianji, he forced Miss Guo to come to his house to be a nanny to take care of his father, who had just woken up from a vegetative state. He was Gu Nianji's future grandfather. In this way, HGC was like a domineering high-ranking CEO, but he wasn't very friendly to Miss Guo, who was in a vulnerable state. However, he was unconditionally good to his family. Just this alone made many people yearn for him. Because deep down, many people hoped to have a family member like him. Not only was he in a high position, but he was also rich and powerful. He also didn't discriminate between right and wrong and sided with his family. Gu Nianji looked at the reposts and replies one by one, and the corners of her mouth twitched. As she expected, the video belittled her on the surface, but secretly flattered Huo Guangchen. Even though Huo Guangchen appeared in a negative image, he did appear in a very negative image. However, Huo Guangchen's own identity and status meant that he couldn't become an internet celebrity, let alone become the focus of public opinion. A day passed, and several of the higher-ups in the military headquarters were very dissatisfied with Huo Guangchen. In the evening, General Ji called him to the conference room and said unhappily, "Director Huo, this was originally your family matter, and we can't interfere. But look at how the rumors are spreading. Aren't you going to solve this problem?" Huo Guangchen frowned and said, "The innocent are innocent, and the guilty are guilty. I can't just strangle these people's necks to stop them from talking, can I?" "You can't stop them from talking, but shouldn't you solve the problem first?" Speaker Long also came to the military headquarters because of Gu Nianji's matter. He originally wanted to directly talk to Hu Guangchen about the matter, but General Ji said he was also dissatisfied. Therefore, they found a conference room and called Hu Guangchen over. Hu Guangchen could only stand and listen in front of this group of people. General Hua, just like General Ji said, this is your family matter, and it's not up to outsiders to interfere. However, this matter involves my chief legal advisor. Are you going to do nothing and let others slander her? Speaker Long's expression was solemn as he knocked on the conference table unhappily. I'm not talking about her personal relationship with your family. Just from an official point of view, you should protect her and not let people criticize her. Hu Guangchen's expression was calm as he listened to the senior officials throw their tantrums. Finally, he nodded and said, the senior officials have a point. I will handle this matter carefully. As he spoke, he turned to Speaker Long and said, Speaker Long, the truth is, we all know how much you have cultivated Nianji. She will have to experience these things sooner or later if she wants to establish herself in the Senate. It's better to let her handle it and see if she can change the public opinion. T. Speaker Long couldn't help but curse. Hu Guangchen's expression darkened. He was also a man in his 50s, and being scolded by Speaker Long in front of these senior officials made him a little angry. Speaker Long was so angry that he didn't know what to say and hurriedly said, I'm sorry. Then he quickly said, General Hua, this matter is very simple. It has to do with the nanny you hired. Why did you hire her to be your nanny? Could it be that you couldn't hire anyone else but her? This was because this round of online videos and news mainly stated that Guo Huining had offended Gu Nianji and was forced to be a nanny at her fiancé's house. Guo Huining was also a top student of the B University Faculty of Law and had once been a senior executive of a large company. It was indeed somewhat unreasonable for someone like her to lose everything because of a small mistake. Hu Guangchen said in a low voice, this matter is not what everyone thinks. I asked Miss Guo this morning, and she said she would investigate what exactly happened. Don't tell me that this has nothing to do with her. Speaker Long, who was such a well-mannered person, was about to fly into a rage. Why do you trust her so much? Hu Guangchen looked down and smiled bitterly. My father was able to wake up from his vegetative state thanks to her helping us contact the doctor. Just this fact alone makes it impossible for me to sit by and do nothing about what happened to her. Speaker Long glared at him for a long time and didn't know what to say. After a long time, he finally snorted and said, I didn't expect you to be such a filial son. Hu Guangchen took a deep breath. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. I'll go talk to Miss Guo. This matter better have nothing to do with her. Otherwise, Speaker Long sat down with a flushed face and glared at Hu Guangchen. If she still acts like nothing happened, I don't mind teaching her a lesson. Hu Guangchen nodded and was about to turn around to leave when his personal secretary rushed over and said, There's new news on the internet again. Hu Guangchen was speechless. What news? His personal secretary said in surprise, It's Miss Guo. She posted a video to refute the rumors. The leaders in the conference room were speechless. Hu Guangchen turned on the large TV screen in the conference room. The news channel was broadcasting Guo Huining's selfie. She had a ponytail and had very light makeup on her face. It had a subtle nude effect, so most people, especially straight men, wouldn't be able to tell. She was wearing a light gray heavy silk shirt. Her sleeves were rolled up and she didn't have any jewelry. She only wore a Vacheron Constantin watch on her left wrist. The first impression she gave was excellent. She was like a completely different person from the previous Guo Huining who liked to use famous brands to flatter herself and speak and act aggressively. She smiled apologetically and spoke slowly. Hello everyone, I'm Guo Huining. I'm one of the people involved in the video that has been circulating on the internet since last night. I'm sorry to keep everyone waiting. I'd like to make the following statements. First, I would like to inform the person who secretly filmed the video that your actions have violated the privacy rights of me, my employer, and Miss Gu. Please stop your infringement immediately and delete the false video from the internet. Second, I was just going for a drive near the Senate building with my employer last night and happened to meet Miss Gu. I would like to invite her to dinner and personally apologize to her. Third, I was careless and unscrupulous in the past and offended Miss Gu. It was my fault, and I sincerely apologize to Miss Gu. Fourth, I left the home group for personal reasons. It has nothing to do with Miss Gu. Fifth, I'm now at my friend's house helping him take care of his father who has just recovered from a long illness. I was not forced by Miss Gu to go to her fiancé's house to be a nanny. Please don't believe the rumors. Sixth, I would like to say one last point. My employer is a very kind and very forgiving person. He reached out his hands at my most difficult and helpless moment and saved me from the fire and water. You'll never forget someone's kindness. Our statuses are too different, and there's nothing I can do to help him. I volunteered to help him take care of his father. I hope everyone won't slander him, and don't use any nasty words to judge him. He's the most outstanding, magnanimous, and kindest man I've ever met in my life. He's the one who shouldn't be dragged into this. I hope everyone can show him some tolerance and understanding, and don't mention him again. I can't let the person who helped me suffer. If that's the case, who will reach out to help those who are unfortunate enough to fall into danger in the future? Everyone, please be more tolerant. If you want to scold, please scold me. I'm at fault, I'm guilty, and I'll bear all the consequences. This is today's first update, Chapter 2010, Quick, Ruthless, and Accurate Refutation of Rumors. It's Monday again. I'm begging for some recommendation votes. It seems like it's also the end of the month. Time flies. I'm begging for monthly votes as usual. There are 2 updates today. 8:00 in the evening of the second update. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2022. The meeting room in the military headquarters wasn't a secret meeting room. It was where everyone usually held democratic meetings. Therefore, it wasn't heavily guarded. In the crowded hallway, the guards at the door, and the personal secretaries who followed the leaders out were all fortunate enough to witness this grand rumor-refuting event. The video on the TV ended. The meeting room was silent for a moment, then everyone turned to look at Huo Guangchen, who had been refuted. Huo Guangchen still didn't have any special expression. He looked the same as before, but there was a slight hint of surprise. He cleared his throat and said with a smile, "I will ask Miss Guo about this again. The person who secretly filmed the video can't get away with it." Speaker Long's mood had been at rock bottom since the beginning of the video. He went from anger, to surprise, to grievance, and now he couldn't take it anymore. Speaker Long chuckled and twisted his neck to look at Huo Guangchen standing at the door. "This rumor refuting is really good." She was singing General Huo's praises from the beginning to the end. Huo Guangchen said calmly, "I think Miss Guo's logic is still very clear. She clearly said in the video that she wasn't forced to be a nanny at my house. She did it willingly. Isn't this refuting the rumors for Ninji? Also, she even said what happened in the past. She publicly and sincerely apologized to Ninji in the video. Isn't that enough? Speaker Long, what else do you want? Sue her in court and put her in jail, or summon her to the Senate and have the members hold a hearing to question her. She has nothing left. She came to my house to be a nanny to preserve her last bit of dignity." The leaders in the meeting room looked at each other. General Ji looked at Huo Guangchen with a sullen expression. He tapped his fingers on the conference table a few times and said, "On the surface, this is indeed the case. But don't you think there's something wrong?" He looked at everyone in the meeting room one by one. Don't tell me that you're all as touched as Director Hua. Haha, haha, haha. The meeting room was filled with all kinds of ambiguous laughter. There were less than 10 people in total. Other than Speaker Long, the rest were the top leaders in the military, who didn't have a score to settle. However, from their point of view, this was indeed Hua Guanchen's family business. Previously, they were only worried that this incident would negatively affect Hua Guanchen's reputation. This would also be publicly damaging the military's reputation. They weren't protecting Hua Guanchen, they were protecting the overall interests of the military headquarters. Now that Gua Huining refuted the rumors, the comments on the internet immediately changed. Many people consciously stopped mentioning HGC. Major websites now had enough reasons to filter HGC-related letters and Chinese words as keywords. In less than an hour, the entire internet could no longer search for HGC or anything related to it. The threat to the military headquarters' reputation had been resolved, and Hua Guanchen could also stay out of it. There were still discussions online about the feud between Gu Nianji and Gua Huining. The news of her being forced to be a nanny had already been quietly erased along with the ban of HGC. General Ji and Speaker Long looked at each other. They had no reason to blame Hua Guanchen or continue to interfere with the Hua family's affairs. Alright, this matter is over for the time being. Director Hua, we won't comment on your personal matters unless they involve official matters. General Ji looked up at him. If I don't sweep the house, how can I sweep the world? Director Hua understands this better than I do. How could a person who worked in politics not understand this principle? Hua Guanchen only continued to smile and nodded. The chiefs have a point. I will continue to follow up on this matter. His style had always been like this. Whether he was happy, in pain, angry, resentful, embarrassed, or wronged, he would never show it on his face. Moreover, the emotional fluctuations he displayed were not as simple as being emotional. He had suffered such a huge setback with Bai Jini, but he was still calm in the face of it. Other than expressing regret, he still acted as usual. He didn't feel that he had lost face in front of others because of it. Everyone in the conference room knew that Hua Guanchen had a nickname in the military headquarters, the white stripe in the waves. It was actually a description of how slippery he was and how he was able to do things without getting stained. Alright, that's all for today's meeting. Director Hua, you really need to do a thorough investigation. Not only are you the director of the political department, your son is also the chief of the Special Operations Forces. Your son's fiancé is now the chief legal advisor of the Senate. Your family matters can't be completely family matters anymore. In the conference room, a big shot who had a good relationship with Hua Guanchen smiled and tried to smooth things over. Hua Guanchen quickly stood up and gave a standard military salute to the people in the conference room. Yes, Chief. The commotion in the courtyard of the military headquarters fell silent because of Gua Huining's refutation of the rumors. However, the atmosphere in Song Jinning's apartment was even more heated. Lu Jin was so angry that he almost smashed the television in the living room. He pointed at the wall-mounted television and shouted at Lu Yuan. This is what you call refuting the rumors? Is your old Madam Hong suffering from dementia? It's been a whole day. Where's her refutation of the rumors? Lu Yuan also shook his head helplessly and said, I've been in meetings today. I called her in the morning and thought that her statement would come out soon. Lu Yuan knew that he wouldn't be able to reason with Lu Jin at this time. This was because there were too many things to complain about in the video online, and they had a lot of dirt on Gua Huining. It would only be a matter of minutes before they could turn the tables and slap him in the face. But if it was that simple, why would the other party spend so much effort to cause trouble? Lu Yuan and the others had calculated the online craze. Without an investment of tens of millions of yuan, it was impossible to create such a scale. Therefore, after discussing it with Hua Xiaohan, they both decided to wait and see how far the other party would go. On the other side, old Madam Hong had taken the initiative to refute the rumors, and he had agreed. He had to give the old lady a chance to apologize, right? However, Guo Huining had still exceeded their expectations. Lu Yuan smiled and changed the channel. He said lightly. Guo Huining has an expert behind her. Lu Jin glared at him. Do I need you to say that? Her clothes, makeup, tone of voice, and even her body language have all been carefully prepared and rehearsed. She shot this video at least 180 times to achieve this effect. His gaze turned back to the television. Some channels were broadcasting Guo Huining's apology. Lu Jin spat hatefully and pointed at Guo Huining, who was becoming more and more dignified and elegant on the television. Nonsense. The grudge is getting bigger and bigger. Let me tell you. If you want to climb up by stepping on my daughter, you'll have to do it over my dead body first. Lu Yuan, just as they were arguing, old Madam Hong's lawyer's letter to refute the rumors finally arrived. The major media and television stations immediately followed up. Because the HGC could no longer be mentioned, the media also had to find a new hot topic. And the Hong Corporation, which was still at the forefront of the storm, was of course the best target. In old Madam Hong's lawyer's letter to refute the rumors, she focused on the matter of the Hong Corporation firing Guo Huining and stated that they continue to reserve the right to pursue Guo Huining's legal liability. However, this statement happened to echo what Guo Huining had said in her video to refute the rumors. I was wrong, I was guilty, and I will bear all the consequences. It made it seem that Guo Huining was sincerely apologizing and willing to pay the price for what she had done. Meanwhile, the Hong Corporation was still pursuing her relentlessly to completely destroy Guo Huining. The netizens, who easily sympathized with the weak, were once again led by the Water Army to stand on Guo Huining's side. They mocked the Hong Corporation one after another. If they wanted to sue, then sue. What rights did they have to reserve? All the statements of only sending a lawyer's letter but not going to the court to formally file a complaint were all hooliganism to tease the onlookers. This was today's second update, Chapter 2011, The Grudge is Getting Bigger and Bigger. It's Monday again. Please give me a round of recommendation votes. It seems like it's also the end of the month. Time flies. Please give me a round of monthly votes as usual. There were 2 updates today. P.S. Some people always say, do I need to know how to refrigerate myself when I evaluate a refrigerator? But dear, you're not evaluating the refrigeration of a refrigerator, but teaching it how to refrigerate. Don't you need to know how to refrigerate yourself before you can teach a refrigerator how to refrigerate? I'm speaking from my feelings, don't take it personally. Dear, you can use this to argue back against those contrarians who like to say, do I need to know how to refrigerate myself when I evaluate a refrigerator? Moi, moi. Chapter 2023. Look, your old Madam Hong is only now sending a lawyer's letter to refute the rumors. Lu Jin pursed his lips disdainfully. It's been a whole day. The daylilies have all turned cold. Lu Yuan ignored Lu Jin's sarcasm and carefully compared old Madam Hong's lawyer's letter and Guo Huining's video of refuting the rumors. After a while, he said. Guo Huining has a helper in the Hong Corporation. The video she released to refute the rumors was almost directly related to the Hong Corporation's lawyer's letter. Lu Jin was in a bad mood and only wanted to argue with Lu Yuan. He knew that what Lu Yuan said made sense, but he still carried the largest steel lever on Blue Planet without hesitation. He frowned and said. What kind of foundation could she have in the Hong Corporation? Wasn't it the law firm who leaked the information? Lu Yuan was stunned, then he laughed and said, as expected of a great scientist. Even a word of argument is so logical. Lu Jin rolled his eyes at him. Who's joking with you? I'm serious. Yes, your reason makes more sense than I thought. The more Lu Yuan thought about it, the the more he felt that Lu Jin's casual argument was very close to the truth. He analyzed. Old Madame Hong didn't know much about online public opinion, and she valued this time's refutation of the rumors very much, so she was extra cautious and delayed for a while. But it was precisely because she was cautious that she specially hired a lawyer to do this, and she personally contacted the lawyer. Even her secretary and assistant didn't know about the inside story. It can be said that no one in the Hong Corporation knew about this at all. So the problem could only be with the law firm. Lu Jin's mouth gaped open. No way. How can something I casually say become the truth? After saying that, he praised himself happily. Then there's nothing I can do. I'm smart, but my IQ is too high. If I'm not careful, there will be a spillover effect. Lu Yuan, he automatically filtered out Lu Jin's boasting and continued, which law firm did old Madame Hong contact? Lu Jin didn't even look at the TV and immediately said, the sovereign law firm. Lu Yuan was puzzled. How did you know? There was a picture of the lawyer's letter on the TV just now. Lu Jin took out his phone and searched the internet. I saw the official seal on the lawyer's letter. Lu Yuan remembered the full picture of the lawyer's letter on the TV for less than a second and was amazed. You can even remember this. You really have a camera's memory. Of course. My ability to memorize images is very good. People who have photographic memory are people who can memorize images in an instant. Lu Yuan's image memory is very good. Lu Yuan quickly changed the topic. Monarch Descent Law Firm. I don't think I've heard of it. Where did old Madame Hong find this law firm? Lu Yuan said, just like the other world, the Xia Empire also had 4 major law firms. Lu Jin moved quickly and instantly dug out the registration history of the Monarch Descent law firm. When the law firm's business registration record appeared on his phone, Lu Jin almost thought he had made a mistake. He flipped through 7 or 8 databases in different ways. Finally, he let out a long sigh and said, "That's right. It's our old friend's law firm." Lu Yuan, he glanced at Lu Jin and saw that his expression was a little strange. He looked at Lu Jin's phone. He was stunned when he saw it. He Ji-chu. Lu Yuan took Lu Jin's phone and looked at it carefully. The Monarch Descent law firm was founded by He Ji-chu a few years ago. Yes, I don't know if it's the same name or something. Lu Jin sat on the sofa and crossed his arms. He looked up at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling and analyzed with a straight face, but judging from the time of founding and transfer, it should be the He Ji-chu we know. Lu Yuan nodded and muttered. The foreign-funded law firm founded in the imperial capital of the Xia Empire 4 years ago suddenly transferred all of its partners' interests more than a year ago. More than a year ago was the time when He Ji-chu returned to the other world. Lu Jin carefully checked the information of the law firm and said, when it was founded 4 years ago, it was a foreign-funded law firm. Many of its domestic businesses couldn't be handled. More than a year ago, it was transferred to the Xia Empire. From a foreign-funded law firm to a Chinese-funded law firm, it has the same rights to practice as a domestic law firm. It has developed rapidly in the past year, and its branches have opened all over the northern China region. It's catching up to JD Law Firm, which has fallen to the last place among the 4 major law firms. Finally, he concluded, the boss who bought the Monarch Descent law firm is more profitable than He Ji-chu. Lu Yuan didn't expect Lu Jin to come to this conclusion. He looked at him for a while before looking away. He said nonchalantly, "Young master, his mind wasn't on business to begin with. He also opened a law firm here, but it was to find Nianji and make it easier for him to move around. Lu Jin snorted. At least he knows his place. He complained again, actually, if it weren't for that stubborn old man He Qingjian who kept trying to kill me, Nianji would have married He Jichu a long time ago. Perhaps she would have had several children by now. Lu Yuan had a headache. Professor Lu, you have to be a role model. You can't let your daughter marry her half-brother. Why can't I? It's not like I'll give birth to children with genetic problems. Lu Jin continued to argue. This isn't a genetic problem, it's an ethical problem. Lu Yuan had no choice but to explain again. We don't live in a vacuum. Even if Nianji and He Jichu don't mind, what about their children? When the children grow up and know the truth, what will they think? Lu Jin continued to glare at him. What will they think? With me, their omnipotent grandfather, around, are they afraid of others bullying them? In short, He Jichu is more suitable for Nianji. Lu Yuan understood and shook his head. You just don't like Xiaoheng, do you? Lu Jin might not like He Jichu very much, but compared to Hu Xiaoheng, Lu Jin felt that He Jichu treated Gu Nianji better. It's not that I don't like him, it's that your Major General Hu doesn't take my girl seriously. Lu Jin continued to be dissatisfied. He straightened his neck and said, if it was young Master He would have beaten someone like Guo Huining up from head to toe. And it's her turn to stomp her feet and continue to court death. To put it bluntly, he was unhappy that Hu Xiaoheng didn't immediately stand up to fight back against the online rumors and protect Gu Nianji. Lu Yuan sighed and tried his best to explain to Lu Jin. When Xiaoheng was over there, he was the ace of the Far East of the KGB. He didn't have to abide by the laws of the Huaxia Empire, and his movements were more free. But here, he's a Huaxia Empire soldier and the commander of the Special Operations Forces, whose movements in the country are severely restricted. It's impossible for him to be like the KGB over there, where he can do whatever he wants. Lu Jin, on the other hand, put on a, I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen, posture. He opened up his left and right ears so that Lu Yuan's words went in his left ear and out his right ear. He kept complaining about Hu Xiaoheng. He even said that if he married my daughter, no one would bully her. I don't think that's the case at all. According to his actions, if he married my daughter, he would ask my daughter to compromise even more. What's the big picture? Pfft. My daughter is the big picture. He can't put my daughter first. He just doesn't have the big picture in mind. Lu Yuan had discussed it with Hu Xiaoheng. In his opinion, it was normal to endure it for the time being. How could he be like Lu Jin, who was like a firecracker that would explode at any moment? The more Lu Jin spoke, the more agitated he became. He picked up his phone and called Hu Xiaoheng. After 2 rings, Hu Xiaoheng's phone picked up. Hello, Professor. What can I do for you? He asked politely and didn't even mention his surname. Lu Jin loved to guess riddles. When he heard Hu Xiaoheng's words, he immediately reacted. Are you on a mission outside? Is it inconvenient to talk? Hu Xiaoheng didn't seem to answer the question. He said, this is the Sovereign Descent Law Firm. We received a report from the people of Chaoyang that there have been a lot of foreigners coming in and out of this place recently. They suspect that there are spies here. Lu Jin was dumbfounded. But this is already a full-fledged Chinese law firm. It's no longer a foreign-funded law firm. And foreigners coming in and out means there are spies. Where's the logic? Where's the common sense? Hu Xiaoheng's expression was calm. He said calmly, we don't know about that. But since there are reports from the public, we can't just sit back and do nothing. The police will bring back all the people here to take notes according to the law. Those who are suspicious will be referred to the higher authorities. We were invited to assist the domestic police in carrying out foreign-related work. Lu Jin was dizzy from Hu Xiaoheng's long paragraphs of official language. He was stunned for a while before he said, "Old Madam Hong's lawyer's letter was prepared here." Hu Xiaoheng smiled slightly. "Yes, thank you, Professor, for reporting the new clues. We will investigate thoroughly to see if there are any further leaks." Lu Jin hung up the phone. His eyes seemed to be still spinning. He looked like he had been fooled by Hu Xiaoheng. He suddenly said to Lu Yuan, "Major General Hu already knows that this matter is related to the sovereign descent law firm." Lu Yuan smiled and looked away. He said calmly, "Now you don't think Xiaoheng can't compare to He Zhichu, do you?" "I still have to take a look." Lu Jin muttered to save his dignity. He spoke as if he could make the decision for Gu Nianji if he took another look. In fact, he and Lu Yuan knew very well that they could only complain. It was impossible for them to change Gu Nianji's mind. In the middle of the night, Gu Nianji had already fallen asleep, but Guo Huining was woken up by the ringing of her phone. "What's wrong?" "It's the middle of the night, why are you calling?" She was furious and shouted at the other end of the phone. The person on the other end of the phone was shocked by her. "Why are you angry?" "Let me tell you, the police just checked the sovereign descent law firm and removed a lot of things from it. Several lawyers who worked overtime were also taken away for investigation." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 2012, Don't Listen, Tortoise Chanting. It seemed to be the end of the month. Time passed so quickly. As usual, she asked for a wave of monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. 8:00 in the evening the next day. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2024. Guo Huining's heart skipped a beat, her drowsiness instantly disappeared. The caller was Do Ayan. She sat up on the bed, and the phone in her hand felt hot. "What did you say?" "The Monarch Descend's law office is being investigated." "Why?" She asked guiltily, did they do something wrong? Or did someone do it on purpose? How could you not know if the Monarch Descend's law office is fine? Do Ayan mocked, "You're not that forgetful, are you? Don't blame me, you were the one who suggested the idea. Now that something has happened, what do you mean by that?" Guo Huining put on her slippers and sat down on the sofa across from her in frustration. "Who's investigating? Don't you have someone? Can't you interfere? Isn't General Hu your backer now? Can't you ask him for help?" Do Ayan pouted. She couldn't understand what was so good about Guo Huining. First, she was engaged to a rich young master like Hong Ziki for so many years. Although they didn't get married in the end, they were still an engaged couple. After falling out with Hong Ziki, she immediately got involved with Wu Guanchen. Wu Guanchen was older than Hong Ziki, but in terms of social status and personal status, they were worlds apart. The more Do Ayan thought about it, the more upset she became. But now that Guo Huining had someone supporting her, even if she didn't like her, she still had to be polite to her. Guo Huining thought about Hu Guanchen and shifted uncomfortably on the sofa. She leaned against the back of the chair and said quietly, "How can I trouble General Huo for such a small matter? He doesn't care about the police." "Oh, you're a good wife and mother already." Do Ayan was about to explode. "I sent you the photos from the Monarch Descend's law office. Take a look and you'll know why I asked you to ask General Huo for help." Do Ayan hung up the phone, afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold back and would fall out with Guo Huining, who was becoming more and more hypocritical. She sent the photos to him. Guo Huining received the photo and opened it. She was speechless. The photo showed the scene of the police raiding the Monarch Descend's law office. It was very eye-catching, and the person standing with the commanding officers was none other than Hu Xiaoheng. No wonder Do Ayan was so sure she could ask Hua Guangchen for help. This was his son's doing. Even an idiot would know that Hua Xiaoheng was abusing his position to avenge Gu Nianji. But why did he have to pick on the Monarch de Sen's law office? Didn't the Monarch de Sen's law office help old Madame Hong to send a lawyer's letter to refute the rumors? They were speaking up for Gu Nianji. Gua Huining didn't understand and quickly asked, but this is Hua Xiao's job, right? What was the point of looking for General Hua? General Hua can't possibly say that his own son is wrong. Putting herself in Hua Guangchen's shoes, she didn't think that complaining like this would be of any use. Instead, it would leave a bad impression on him. Gua Huining felt that she understood too well the importance of a son in such a wealthy family. She wasn't arrogant enough to think that she was more important to Hua Guangchen than his only son, Hua Xiaoheng. Also, how can I speak up for this matter? If I speak up, won't General Hua know that I'm in contact with them? Then what if he thinks of my video refuting the rumors? Gua Huining was even more nervous. She didn't want to ruin the image she had just created. Do Ayan snorted, Gua Huining, you only know one thing, you don't know the other. I'd like to hear the details. Gua Huining smiled teasingly, as long as Ayan can convince me, I'll definitely speak up. Pfft, she's already panting even though she hasn't even started yet. Do Ayan secretly cursed, but still had to put on a brave face and said to Gua Huining, it's like this, Hua Xiao's job dictates that he can't interfere with domestic affairs. This time, he brazenly interfered without any hesitation. This is already a taboo, he might even be breaking the rules. Breaking the rules is a big taboo for people in their line of work. You don't understand, but General Hua definitely does. Do Ayan's words reminded Gua Huining and quickly said, oh right, how could I have forgotten about this? Hua Xiao really can't interfere with domestic affairs. She actually didn't know the ins and outs of the matter, but after working with Hong Ziki and Xue Jingjiang for so many years, it was impossible that she didn't know anything. Now that she heard Do Ayan speak so bluntly and combined it with what had happened in the past, she completely understood. Yes, but we didn't expect Hua Xiao to personally cause trouble for the Monarch descent firm. Although they acted quickly, Hua Xiao obviously had more responsibility. TSK, he even threw away his future just to help Gu Nianji get back at him. Huining, you killed 2 birds with 1 stone this time, you're amazing. Do Ayan spared no effort in praising Gua Huining. Gua Huining was a little pleased with herself. Although someone had given her advice behind the scenes, she had come up with the main idea herself. The other party had only stated her attitude, but hadn't said anything specific. Do Ayan loved to see Gu Nianji hate her, but couldn't do anything about it. It would be even more interesting if Do Ayan could become Gu Nianji's stepmother in the future. Thinking of the arrogant Hua Xiaoheng and the arrogant Gu Nianji lowering their noble heads in front of her and calling her mom, she felt that her life hadn't been in vain. The corners of her mouth gradually curved into an indecipherable smile. She fiddled with her phone for a while and suddenly wanted to call Hua Guangchen to test his tolerance. Looking around at the low-key but luxurious bedroom, she knew she couldn't go back. She thought that her previous penthouse apartment had allowed her to cross the social class and enter the upper class. Now she realized that she had been a frog in a well. She was still thinking about it when she instinctively dialed Hua Guangchen's number. At first, she only had Hua Guangchen's personal secretary's number. Later, she said that she was worried that something had happened to grandfather Hua and she couldn't contact Hua Guangchen immediately. Hua Guangchen gave her his private number. Thinking about it this way, Hua Guangchen must have feelings for her, right? After the call went through, Gua Huining's heart beat even faster, pounding against her chest. She felt that the room seemed to be even more stuffy. It rang a few times before Hua Guangchen picked up. A lazy, deep, and sleepy mature male voice sounded from the phone. Hello? Miss Gua. Why are you calling so late at night? Sure enough, he treated her differently. Gua Huining's chaotic emotions immediately calmed down and she said gently, General Hua? I'm sorry to disturb your rest. It's like this, you know that I'm a lawyer and most of my friends are lawyers too. I just received news that Hua Xiao took his men and raided a law firm. I think you should know about this as soon as possible. Hua Guanchen was stunned. What did you say? Xiaoheng took his men to raid a law firm. That shouldn't be. How could Hua Xiaoheng interfere with domestic affairs? Gua Huining saw that Hua Guanchen's reaction was within Do Ain's expectations and her voice became even gentler. Yeah, I just heard it from my friends. They sent me a photo, I'll forward it to you. As she spoke, Gua Huining forwarded the photo Do Ain had sent her to Hua Guanchen. Hua Guanchen received the photo and opened it to take a look. His eyes flickered slightly and his expression was unreadable. This was the second chapter of the day, chapter 2013, only knowing 1, not knowing 2. Hurry up and vote for the monthly votes. It'll be invalid if it expires. And recommendation votes. Mwah, my little angels. Chapter 2025. In the photo, Hua Xiaoheng had a solemn expression as he stood with his hands behind his back beside a high-ranking police superintendent. He did not hide or pretend. He just stood there and watched as the police raided the Monarch law firm. The photo must have been taken not long ago. The law firm was brightly lit and reflected Hua Xiaoheng's face, making it difficult to look at him directly. Hua Guanchen looked at the photo carefully and did not speak. Gua Huining waited for a while, but Hua Guanchen did not speak. She became anxious and could not help but ask. General Hua. Are you still there? Hua Guanchen replied, yes. Then what do you want to do? Should I? Gua Huining hesitated, not sure if she should remind him. She and Hua Guanchen were still in the stage of tacit flirtation and had not made anything clear. She was also afraid that she would be too eager and say too much. However, Hua Guanchen only said, got it, then hung up and went back to sleep. Gua Huining could not sleep anymore. She tossed and turned over her conversation with Hua Guanchen countless times, but could not find out Hua Guanchen's true feelings from those few short sentences. She waited until dawn but still could not figure out what Hua Guanchen meant. I give up. I really give up. Gua Huining muttered to herself, but also felt that it was a challenge. When she was with Hong Ziki, she was not sensible, nor did she know how to be a good person. However, she still attracted Hong Ziki. After getting engaged to him, she grew up quickly and followed him around in high society. She quickly learned how to behave in high society. However, if she were to use this against Hua Guanchen, it wouldn't be enough. The more she spent time with Hua Guanchen, the more worried Gua Huining became. She could not figure out what Hua Guanchen was thinking. She only intuitively felt that Hua Guanchen had feelings for her. Otherwise, he would not have reached out to help her settle the Hong Corporation's lawsuit. The Hong Corporation's new statement to refute the rumors was a slap in Hua Guanchen's face by stating that they reserved the right to pursue Gua Huining's legal liability. Gua Huining got up from the bed and went into the bathroom to wash up. She changed her clothes and came out for breakfast before pushing grandfather Hua out for a walk. This was her main job these days. There were professionals in charge of old Master Hua's rehabilitation. She only needed to manage these professionals. Pushing grandfather Hua through the tree-lined path in the West Mountain Villa area, Gua Huining said casually. Grandfather Hua, Major General Hua has been really busy in the country recently. Isn't he only responsible for foreign affairs? Why is he participating in a domestic operation now? Grandfather Hua didn't know about the sovereign descent law firm yet. He leaned back in his wheelchair indifferently and said calmly. If he has authorization, he can also act within the country. Authorization? Who would authorize him? Gua Huining pretended not to care and tilted her head with a smile. Of course it's the Senate. The key military personnel also have to sign, Grandfather Hu explained in detail. Of course, what he said was a matter of public procedure, so it could not be considered as a leak. Old Master Hu no longer had the opportunity to come into contact with the more confidential information. That was why Gua Huining only understood one thing after listening to him for so long. It wasn't that Hu Xiaoheng couldn't act within the country. If he had the Senate's authorization, he could still act within the country. Gua Huining's heart suddenly skipped a beat when she thought of this, and her entire face lit up. She thought of a way to bring down Gu Nianji. This method would be enough to bring her back to her original state. She could no longer use the title of chief legal advisor to disgust her. Gua Huining was anxious but still patiently pushed Grandfather Huo for a walk outside before returning to Hu Guanchen's private villa in the West Mountain. Grandfather Huo was in his 80s after all. He had also gone through 2 very draining stages of being in a vegetative state and waking up, so he was still recuperating. He went to his room to sleep after returning to the villa. Now he had to sleep twice during the day. He would sleep in the morning after taking a walk, then sleep again after lunch. Sleep helped with the recovery of bodily functions. After Gua Huining sent Grandfather Hu back to his room, she hurried out of the villa and called Do Ayin in the open space outside. "Ayin, are you free these days? Let's go for coffee." Gua Huining took the initiative to invite her. Do Ayin immediately knew Gua Huining wanted to say something. She looked at her schedule and said, "I happen to have 2 hours free today. Do you want to go to Aroma Cafe and try their new South American black coffee?" Gua Huining quickly nodded. "Do you want to go first or should I?" "I'll go." Do Ayin picked up her handbag and car keys. "See you in a bit." Aroma Cafe was located in the 3rd ring road of the imperial capital and was very close to Carlyle International Investments where Do Ayin worked. Gua Huining took the car keys and sped all the way to the 3rd ring road of the imperial capital within 30 minutes. Do Ayin sat by the window and waved at her with a smile. "This way." Gua Huining was led to Do Ayin's table by the waiter. "Ayin, sorry to keep you waiting." "It's fine, I just got here too." Do Ayin said as she ordered coffee and 2 plates of muffins, enthusiastically introducing, "The muffins here are very delicious. They're fragrant and crispy, melts in the mouth, and have just the right amount of sweetness. They go best with black coffee." Gua Huining wasn't there for coffee. She casually ordered a cup of mocha and ate a small muffin before saying in a low voice, "Do you know that the Special Operations Forces needs to be authorized by the Senate in order to operate within the country?" "I do. It's a public procedure, you can find it online." Do Ayin casually took a sip of coffee and ate a muffin. She wished she could also order a boiled egg. To her, this was the standard for a nutritious breakfast. So it's possible that Hu Xiao's involvement in raiding the Monarch Descends law firm last night wasn't illegal at all. It was actually legal. Gua Huining continued. Do Ayin choked and suddenly felt that her favorite muffin wasn't sweet anymore. It tasted like wood residue. She spat and asked suspiciously, "How did you know he had authorization? Who told you? Or did you see it with your own eyes? Did General Hu show it to you?" Gua Huining covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. She didn't have good teeth when she was young, so she was used to covering her mouth when she giggled. Even after she earned a lot of money and had her teeth fixed, the habit she had developed since she was young still inadvertently showed itself. Do Ayin looked away in disdain when she saw how petty Gua Huining was. Gua Huining continued, "General Hu didn't say it directly, but he hinted." "Oh. How did he hint?" "He didn't say anything. Think about it, if something really happened, wouldn't he be furious and immediately find someone to clear things up?" Gua Huining felt that she was starting to understand Hu Guanchen's way of doing things. He didn't do anything, so isn't that a problem? Think about it again, why isn't it a problem? Of course it's because Hu Xiao has authorization from the Senate. Gua Huining said confidently. Do Ayan looked up in surprise and said with a smile, "It's been 3 days since we last saw each other." Huining, you're really something. The atmosphere quickly lightened up and they joked a few more times before Gua Huining finally got to the point. This incident actually gave me an idea. As long as we do a good job, Gu Nianji can just wait to be beaten back to her original state and lose everything. You're really that good. Tell me what you think. Do Ayan even turned on the recording pen to record Gua Huining's words. Gua Huining wasn't going to fall for it. She smiled and took the recording pen from Do Ayan's hand and tossed it in her hand. What we said today came out of my mouth and into your ears. I don't want anyone else to hear a single word about our conversation today. Fine, I got it. Hurry up and don't keep me in suspense. Do Ayan urged impatiently, her beautiful eyes darting around and seeing that there were indeed very few people around and no other customers. The right to privacy should be guaranteed. Gua Huining put down her coffee and tapped her slender fingers on the table, whispering proudly. Conflict. Of interest. What? Do Ayan didn't realize that Gua Huining had said something in English. What conflict? Of interest. This means that Gu Nianji is in the Senate and Hu Xiaoheng is in the Special Operations Forces. They're engaged and will get married in the future, so they're husband and wife. Do Ayan was speechless. Don't waste my time, get to the point. Gua Huining thought Do Ayan was being a bit stupid, but she still pretended to be friendly and patient. This is a conflict of interest. According to the law, husband and wife are not allowed to work in an organization that has a conflict of interest at the same time. Huashao's Special Operations Forces operations within the country are controlled by the Senate to balance power. But Gu Nianji, as his fiancé, also works in the Senate and holds a very high position as the chief legal advisor. This will affect the Senate's independence from the Special Operations Forces. Do Ayan understood and exclaimed in surprise, "That's right. Why didn't we think of that? If Gu Nianji still wants to be with Huashao, she can't continue to be the chief legal advisor of the Senate." Gua Huining nodded and added, "If she still wants to be the chief legal advisor of the Senate, then she can't be husband and wife with Huashao. They can't even be lovers. This will constitute a conflict of interest and damage the independence and legitimacy of the Special Operations Forces." Do Ayan laughed heartily. The few customers in Aroma Cafe all looked over curiously. Gua Huining quickly covered her mouth. "What are you laughing at? Why don't you hurry up and discuss this with someone and spread the word online? No, this time we'll look for the Huo family's political enemies." Do Ayan was better than anyone when it came to internal strife. She smiled as she smoothed her freshly cut short hair. There are many people who want Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng's positions. Now that we have a ready-made weakness, I want to see how they'll deal with this crisis at the same time. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 2014, Bringing Her Down. On the last day of October, they were asking for monthly votes as usual. And recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. 8 p.m. on the second update. Mwax, Little Angels. Chapter 2026. Gua Huining blinked and asked in confusion. Look for the Huo family's political enemies. Is it that easy? This isn't the first time Gu Nianji has been the chief legal advisor in the Senate, and no one has objected. Would it work if you looked for the Huo family's political enemies? Do Ayan choked on Gua Huining's words. Although she didn't want to agree, she had to admit that Gua Huining had a point. Although she didn't like Gua Huining's way of doing things, she still had her redeeming qualities. After all, she was a top student of the B University Faculty of Law and had worked for the Hong Corporation for so many years. It was impossible for her to not have a certain level of vision and means. You don't think it's possible? Do Ayan's eyes darted around. I'll ask first. If everyone says it's not possible, we'll think of something else. Do Ayan sent a text to her uncle and aunt, pretending to be curious about the matter. Although Do Ayan's uncle and aunt were currently abroad, they had once been in the same circle in the country. They immediately replied, "No, you can't start a discussion online because it's related to the Special Operations Forces. Any topic will be removed immediately and won't achieve the desired effect." Do Ayan snorted at the reply. "I underestimated this organization." Her sister, Do Qingyan, used to be a field agent for the organization, but due to confidentiality, Do Qingyan had never told her sister about it. The only information Do Qingyan had leaked was related to Hua Xiaoheng himself. As for the true status and function of the Special Operations Forces, Do Qingyan didn't have the time to discuss it with her sister. As a result, Do Ayan was taught a lesson by her uncle and aunt. "Uncle, even if you want to blackmail someone, you can't do it with this organization. It's like throwing an egg against a rock." "Aunt, what are you doing, Xiaoyan? Are you trying to get yourself killed by asking this kind of question? If you dare make a move, I won't have you as my niece." Do Ayan thought of what she was doing and panicked. She immediately replied, "Got it, I'm just asking for a friend. It has nothing to do with me. Aunt, you better be asking for someone else. Also, what kind of friend is this? Break it off immediately." Do Ayan, after a series of text exchanges, Do Ayan changed her mind and said with a frown, "Oh, Huining, you're right. My friends say it's not easy to deal with this internally. Just like you said, Gu Nianji is already the chief legal advisor of the Senate. If there were people at the top who were unhappy, they would have pulled her down a long time ago. Now that no one has touched her, it means that those people don't think it's a good point to attack." "I knew it." Gua Huining smiled with satisfaction. "Based on my interactions with General Hua these days, I know a little about the rules of their circle. Huining, you're amazing." Do Ayan quickly gave her a thumbs up. "You're really going to make a breakthrough this time. Knowledge really changes one's fate, ha 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 ha." Do Ayan's attitude was warmer than usual as she spoke. She flattered Gua Huining for a while until she was feeling smug. Then she said, "That's a good idea. Why don't you take charge this time?" Gua Huining had long been eager to try. She was used to being a leader, so she was used to making decisions. Besides, she already had a certain amount of capital and backing, so she really had to try to do it herself. She couldn't put her fate in the hands of others. Gua Huining thought to herself, "If Gu Nianji can do it, why can't I?" In her mind, she was better than Gu Nianji in every aspect. Of course, that included her age. But because her target was Hua Guanchen, her age was not a disadvantage, but an advantage. "But I don't have anything now. I'm afraid there's a limit to what I can do by myself." Gua Huining made up her mind and began to ask for more resources. Pull Gu Nianji down from her pedestal and have her post and video all by herself. That would be nothing but a dream. Do Ayan was scared by her aunt and uncle and quickly said, "Of course, you can contact Deputy Director Jia directly from now on. He has money and people, so he doesn't need a little girl like me, right?" The posthumous title of Su Tsang Pai Yu Ping Ping Forgive. Do Ayan giggled. When she got back from Fragrance Cafe, she told Deputy Director Jia that her aunt and uncle missed her and asked her to go abroad for a vacation. She also mentioned Gua Huining's idea to Deputy Director Jia. Deputy Director Jia thought about it for a while and clapped his hands in approval. "There's a lot to this idea. Gua Huining is smart." Do Ayan pursed her lips and secretly drew a cross at Deputy Director Jia in her mind. But on the surface, she still flattered him. "Deputy Director Jia, you have good taste. You and Huining are both too smart, even a stupid person like me can't keep up. How about this, since I'm going abroad for a vacation soon, you can contact Huining personally. She has a lot of ideas and is also a B University law student. Of course she knows what to do and what not to do. Also, it's not convenient for me to contact you when I'm on vacation. Don't let me hold you up. Deputy Director Jia had originally wanted to contact Guo Huining personally. Seeing Guo Huining climb up the tree that was Huo Guanchen, she would be an incredible resource. But because Guo Huining was contacting them because of Do Ayan, Deputy Director Jia couldn't directly contact Guo Huining without Do Ayan's permission. Now that Do Ayan was smart enough to concede, Deputy Director Jia would be impolite to refuse. He smiled and nodded. Then I'll approve a long vacation for you. Have fun abroad and you'll have more energy to focus on work. Do Ayan quickly nodded. Thank you, Deputy Director Jia. You're only approving it for 3 months. That long? Deputy Director Jia pretended to look at the calendar. It's already November. If you approve it for 3 months, won't you be spending the new year abroad? Yes, I'll be spending the new year abroad. Do Ayan seized the opportunity and used this excuse to cover up her true reason. Okay, then remember to come back after the new year and work hard. Deputy Director Jia said as he took out a blank leave form and handed it to Do Ayan. Do Ayan immediately filled it out and signed it. After Deputy Director Jia also signed it, she happily handed the leave form to her supervisor. The next day, she left the imperial capital for a vacation in America. Because of this, Guo Huining didn't get in touch with Deputy Director Jia until the next day. Ayan went abroad for a vacation. She asked with a smile. That's unfortunate, I'll be counting on Deputy Director Jia in the future. Miss Guo, what are you saying? We still need Miss Guo to take care of our business in the future. Deputy Director Jia was in a good mood and spoke politely to Guo Huining. Guo Huining had finally regained the high and mighty feeling she had when she was at the Hong Corporation. In fact, she was even better than before. How could the Hong Corporation compare to Huo Guanchen? She despised herself for her lack of taste in the past. After finalizing the resources with Deputy Director Jia, Guo Huining put down the phone and walked to the villa window with a cup of warm milk. She stared out at the beautiful autumn scenery of the West Hills in a daze. After living in a place like this, she would never go back to her former position. After finishing the preparations, Guo Huining called Huo Guanchen and asked indirectly, General Hua, is there a result regarding the Monarch Descends law firm? Huo Guanchen's indifferent voice sounded from the phone. Why are you asking about this? Are you in contact with them? No, why would I be in contact with them? Guo Huining immediately denied. But you know I'm a law student. I know everyone in the law firm, so I'm curious. Yes. Huo Guanchen's attitude was the same as always. I'm not sure about this. Guo Huining was even more certain. Hu Xiaoheng must have had legal authorization to appear at the Monarch Descends law firm during the raid. Therefore, Huo Guanchen didn't care at all. After the call, Guo Huining played with her phone uneasily. She thought to herself that Huo Guanchen still didn't trust her enough. Why didn't he just say that it was fine? Did he think she was trying to sow discord between them? That would be really unfair to her. She didn't like Gu Nianji, but she would still give Hu Xiaoheng a way out. Guo Huining thought of Huo Guanchen's attitude again. It was purely not taking the initiative and not refusing. She had to do something drastic. After ending the call with Guo Huining, Huo Guanchen was also pondering. After thinking for a while, he got up and left his office. He got into the car and said to the driver, to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. From the military headquarters to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, they had to pass through the Institute of High Energy Physics where Song Jining was located. When Huo Guanchen arrived, it was almost noon. He happened to see Lu Yuan delivering lunch to Song Jining. Lu Yuan got out of the car gracefully, and Song Jining actually went to the gate to pick him up. She was only wearing a simple white coat, and her hair was directly tied up in a bun. She didn't have any luxurious jewelry, but she was still beautiful. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They walked into the Institute of High-Energy Physics together. Huo Guanchen's expression instantly darkened. This wasn't the first time he had seen Lu Yuan and Song Jining together. Get someone to investigate who Director Song has been very close to recently, Huo Guanchen instructed his personal secretary in a low voice. Yes, Chief. When they arrived at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, Huo Guanchen went straight to Hu Xiaoheng's office building. Hu Xiaoheng was reading an internal reference when Yin Shixiang's internal call came in. Major General Hu, your father, General Hu, is here to see you. Hu Xiaoheng said without looking up, let him in. Soon, Yin Shixiang brought Huo Guanchen in. After Yin Shixiang left, Hu Xiaoheng didn't even look at Huo Guanchen. He said calmly, hello, may I ask what General Hu needs? Huo Guanchen was a little upset when he saw that Hu Xiaoheng hadn't called him father for the past few days, but he didn't flare up. He just sat down in front of him and said, Xiaoheng, what have you been doing recently? Work, Hu Xiaoheng said simply. Huo Guanchen choked for a moment and asked tentatively, where's your mother? Her birthday is coming up. Let's have a meal together as a family of 3. It's been a long time since we've had a meal together. Hu Xiaoheng looked up from the computer and thought for a moment. He refused, you have to ask her for her opinion on Ms. Song's birthday. It's useless to ask me. He added, if there's nothing else, I still have a meeting to attend. He was practically chasing him away. Huo Guanchen hesitated for a moment, but still asked. Who is your mother celebrating her birthday with? I don't know. Huo Guanchen held it in and thought about what he had just seen. He still asked. Is she dating your uncle? This was the second update of the day, Chapter 2015, Don't Take the Initiative, Don't Refuse. On the last day of October, they were asking for monthly votes as usual. There were also recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2027. Hu Xiaoheng packed his things and stood up. He was wearing a neat military uniform. Although he was in the room, he still had a belt on his waist. Putting on his military cap, he took a step towards the door and said calmly. My uncle died 18 years ago. Where did you get your brother? You don't want the title of a martyr's family anymore. His eyes turned slightly as he glanced at Huo Guanchen. Huo Guanchen choked again and couldn't say a word. His face was almost purple. He clenched his fists tightly and forced himself not to scream out loud. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled to calm his racing heart. Huo Guanchen looked at Hu Xiaoheng. It seems to be true. I don't know what you're talking about. Hu Xiaoheng stood at the door and said calmly without turning back, no matter who Ms. Song dates or even remarries, it has nothing to do with you. You're already divorced. If you don't know how to write the word divorce, you can look it up in the dictionary or ask a civil court judge. Huo Guanchen closed his eyes and his voice was a little hoarse. Xiaoheng, are you still blaming me? But looking at the current situation, do you still think I was wrong back then? No, Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. You and Ms. Song are both adults. You don't need to explain anything to others. You only need to explain it to yourselves. Alright, I'm really busy. If there's nothing important, I can't accompany you. Hu Xiaoheng strode out after saying that. Huo Guanchen looked at his back and pursed his lips. Yin Shixiang poked his head in and said with a smile, Chief, can you come out for a moment? Major General Hu's office has very high security. You can't stay in there alone. Huo Guanchen glared at him. I won't stay here. He also walked out, holding his military cap in his hand as he walked towards the door. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped and said to Yin Shixiang, tell your chief to visit his grandfather when he's free. He's an elder after all. If he doesn't care about him for a long time, his reputation won't be good. If he wants to be promoted in the future, people will make an issue out of the public's opinion. In Shixiang, this explanation was too strange. He scratched his head and dutifully sent the message to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng was sitting in the conference room and couldn't bring his phone with him, so he didn't see the text immediately. After the meeting, he walked out of the conference room and took out his phone to see Yin Shixiang's words. He thought for a moment, put on his Bluetooth headset, and asked Yin Shixiang, "What's going on? Does the chief have any new instructions? General Hua wants you to visit Grandfather Hua when you have time." Yin Shixiang checked the address. The chief said that Grandfather Hua is in his villa in the West Hills. Miss Gua is the head housekeeper there. Hua Xiaoheng understood and said calmly, "Got it." Gua Huining asked Hua Guanchen about the Special Operations Forces in an indirect manner and confirmed her conclusion. Hua Xiaoheng had probably been authorized by the Senate to raid the sovereign descend's law firm. However, because of Gu Nianji, in Gua Huining's eyes, his authorization was a little unjustifiable. It was like the relationship between athletes and referees. You can't be a player and a referee at the same time. Hua Xiaoheng's close relationship with Gu Nianji made him both an athlete and a referee. This show was quite interesting to sing. It was the weekend, and Hua Guanchen called in the morning to say that he would be coming to his villa in the West Hills to visit Grandfather Hua. Gua Huining was overjoyed and busied herself in the villa. She ordered the chef to prepare a feast and took out her precious red wine to have a candlelit dinner with Hua Guanchen. She planned it very well and prepared dinner for Grandfather Hua in advance, and personally brought it to his bedroom. Gua Huining also secretly put some sleeping pills in his dinner, so Grandfather Hua was sleepy after eating. After putting Grandfather Hua to bed, Gua Huining only had time to take a quick shower before she heard the doorbell outside the door ring. The servants went to open the door, and Gua Huining quickly changed into a silver-gray suit and combed her hair into a bun at the back of her head. When Hua Guanchen came in, Gua Huining was already waiting for him at the living room door with a smile. "General Hua, you're here." She reached out and took Hua Guanchen's military cap. "Have you had dinner? I asked the kitchen to prepare a feast. It's all your favorite food." Hua Guanchen looked at her with a smile. "My favorite food? Why don't I know what I like to eat?" "General Hua, you must be joking." Gua Huining smiled gently and generously. "Grandfather Hua talks about you all day. I'm not boasting, but even I can recite what you like and don't like." "Oh. Really?" Hua Guanchen nodded with a smile. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes curled up, and he looked somewhat like Lu Yuan. Gua Huining was flustered by Hua Guanchen's smile. She covered her chest with one hand and took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. She poured tea for Hua Guanchen and said, "This is Biluakan tea from this year. The tea is sweet and fragrant. It's better to drink it before meals." Hua Guanchen said emotionally, "Miss Gua, you're so considerate. Actually, you just need to take care of my father." As he spoke, he looked around the room. "Where's my father?" Grandfather Hua felt sleepy after dinner, so he went back to his bedroom. "I'm afraid he's already asleep." Gua Huining pointed in the direction of Grandfather Hua's bedroom. "You can go take a look." Hua Guanchen thought about it for a moment, but still went to take a look. Seeing that his father was really asleep, he turned back and smiled. "Thank you, Miss Gua." "You're welcome, General Hua. It's my duty." Gua Huining said as she rang the bell for the kitchen to serve the dishes. Not long after, there were more than 10 dishes on the dining table in the villa. They were indeed all dishes that Hua Guanchen liked to eat. He looked at her meaningfully and said, "Miss Gua, you've really put in a lot of effort." "You're welcome. It's my duty." Gua Huining smiled and scooped a bowl of soup for Hua Guanchen. "Have some. This is the best turtle soup. It's very nourishing. Huo Guangchen tasted it. It was indeed delicious. He finished the entire bowl of soup. Guo Huaining was very happy and said, "If you like it, I can make it for you every day." Huo Guangchen smiled and shook his head. "That's not necessary. I actually don't like soup." "You don't like it? Then why did you drink it just now?" Guo Huaining didn't understand. "Are you okay now?" "No, it's just that your soup is too delicious." "It's delicious," Huo Guangchen said as he poured a glass of red wine for himself and one for Guo Huaining. "Drink red wine after the soup. It'll help you lose weight." Guo Huaining blushed. To her, it sounded like he was flirting. Was he just flirting with her? She caressed her face and said softly, "Okay. Thank you, General Hua." Her slender fingers took the wine glass and she tilted her head back and downed it. This is the first chapter of the day, Chapter 2016, Unjustifiable, Unjustifiable. It's November. Please give me your guaranteed monthly votes. And recommendation votes. There are 2 chapters today. 8 p.m. the next night. P.S. I'm too sleepy. That's all for now. I'll catch bugs in a few days. Mwah, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2028. You're a good drinker. Huo Guangchen smiled and glanced at the dishes on the table. They were all his favorites. "Thank you, Miss Guo." Guo Huaining's alcohol tolerance was actually quite good, but after only 1 glass of red wine this time, she felt a little dizzy. It was the same feeling as when she drank a liter of white wine. Could it really be that it wasn't the wine that intoxicated her, but she was intoxicated? Guo Huaining thought about it as she watched Huo Guangchen pour her another glass of red wine. He said in a deep voice, "This glass is to thank you for taking care of my father, Miss Guo." Guo Huaining would be impolite to refuse, so she took a sip. She didn't want to finish it in one gulp, but Huo Guangchen sat beside her and looked at her. Under the light, his eyes seemed to be misty, making him seem even more mysterious. It was this high and mighty attitude that struck a chord in her heart. All her defenses crumbled, and she just wanted to crawl at his feet, submit to him, and be conquered by him. Guo Huaining couldn't stop and finished the glass of red wine in one gulp. Huo Guangchen raised a brow. "Miss Guo's alcohol tolerance is quite good. Why don't we have something stronger?" Guo Huaining couldn't refuse and quickly nodded. This was Huo Guangchen's private residence, but the bottle of red wine wasn't his. Guo Huaining had brought it in herself. Huo Guangchen smiled and went to his wine cellar to get a bottle of white wine and a bottle of red wine to put on the dining table. Guo Huaining leaned against the dining table with her head propped on her hand and looked at Huo Guangchen with a smile. She didn't hide her admiration and adoration for him anymore. "Come, have a taste of my collection." Huo Guangchen opened the white wine and red wine with a bottle opener. Guo Huaining's gaze shifted to the 2 bottles and she glanced at them casually. Suddenly, her eyes widened. "Macallan. 1928. She pointed at the ordinary-looking bottle in shock. "This is top-notch whiskey." Huo Guangchen smiled without saying anything. He picked up the whiskey bottle and poured half a glass for Guo Huaining. Then he picked up the other bottle of red wine and poured it into the same glass for her. Guo Huaining looked at the bottle of red wine and was even more shocked. "Ma Sandra. Sherry. And it's from 1817. This type of sherry had long been priceless. Not only did she see it, but she also had the honor of tasting it. Guo Huaining was also an expert at drinking and naturally knew that mixing white wine and red wine would make one drunk. Although Huo Guangchen didn't have to do this, she would have been drunk a long time ago. She didn't have to do this. Guo Huaining looked at Huo Guangchen with even more dreamy eyes. She grew bolder. She got up, walked to the door, and turned off the lights in the dining room. Then she took out a lighter and lit the candlestick that she had prepared earlier. The snow-white candles flickered, and the dining room was suddenly filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Gua Huaining returned to her seat and picked up her wine glass. She looked at Hua Guanchen lovingly as she sipped her wine. Who? Hua. Gua Guanchen. At. Hua Guanchen was also holding a crystal goblet, but he didn't drink it. He leaned back in his chair and smiled at her. She took another sip of wine and gradually leaned over to get closer to Hua Guanchen. Hua Guanchen didn't move. He didn't step back or avoid her, but he didn't move forward either. Gua Huaining's face was burning. Her heart was beating like a drum, but she couldn't stop. She wanted to get closer, closer, and closer, but she stopped 5 centimeters away from Hua Guanchen's handsome face. She stared at him, mesmerized. She was so close to him that she could feel his shallow breath on her face. Miss Gua, are you drunk? Hua Guanchen asked calmly. No. Gua Huaining shook her head. General Hua, you don't have to be so polite. You can call me Huaining. Hua Guanchen smiled. His back was to the candlelight. His face was hidden in the dim candlelight, but Gua Huaining felt that he was waiting for her to come over. But when she tried to get closer, Hua Guanchen put down his glass and brushed past her. The courage that Gua Huaining had just mustered up vanished into thin air. She rubbed her temples and said worriedly, I think I'm a little drunk. Hua Guanchen tilted his head to look at her and suddenly asked, Miss Gua, is Dr. Tony someone you know? Gua Huaining was in a daze at the moment, so she naturally answered whatever Hua Guanchen asked. She immediately shook her head, no, he's not someone I know. Then how do you know him? I don't know him, my friend knows him. She said Dr. Tony is very good. Your friend? Is it Do Ayan? Yes, General Hua, you know her too, right? I heard her say that her sister almost became your daughter-in-law. Gua Huaining said in a daze. She felt her head getting heavier. Hua Guanchen didn't comment. He tapped his fingers on the dining table. The quiet dining room emitted a mechanical clicking sound. Gua Huaining felt that something was wrong, but she was distracted by the clicking sounds. It was as if she couldn't think on her own. She looked at Hua Guanchen in a daze. She wanted to confess her feelings, but Hua Guanchen always cut her off. Prime Minister Do's daughter. When did she meet Dr. Tony? Hua Guanchen asked with a smile. I heard her say that she met him when she was overseas. You believe that? I don't. Gua Huaining wanted to confide, she hid a lot of things from me. She thought I didn't know, but I'm not stupid. How could I not know? For example. Hua Guanchen narrowed his eyes. For example, she wasn't doing well abroad, but suddenly her luck changed. Not only did she have a lot of money to spend, but she was also able to meet a lot of people she normally couldn't reach. Gua Huaining continued, for example, Dr. Tony. He's such an amazing doctor, and his family background isn't ordinary. Even if her father was the prime minister, she might not be able to hire someone to perform the surgery. Moreover, she's a former prime minister, and the daughter of a former prime minister who's in prison. Who would trust her? She must have someone helping her. Hua Guanchen finally got to the point. From the moment Gua Huaining recommended Dr. Tony for grandfather Hua's surgery, they had been investigating Gua Huaining's relationship and background with Dr. Tony. However, although Dr. Tony's background was clear, the distance between Gua Huaining and Dr. Tony was worlds apart. There were some important links that could not be found. Later, when they investigated Do Ayan, they discovered that Do Ayan had made up some of the missing links. But it still wasn't right. They decided to expand their investigation, but the other party was also very cunning. They seemed to have sensed that something was wrong and retreated. In order not to alert the enemy, the easiest way was to start with Gua Huaining. If this woman wasn't stupid, she would have sensed something was wrong with Do Ayan. How could a talented student from B University's Faculty of Law be a fool? Since those people were using Guo Huaining as bait, Wu Guanchen didn't mind being a big fish that could pull the fisherman down. Then who do you think is helping her? This is the second chapter of the day, chapter 2017, Hooked and Salty Bait. It's November, please give me your guaranteed monthly votes. And recommendation votes. Mwah, everyone, my little angels. Chapter 2029. When Hu Guanchen said this, his voice was extremely low and irresistible, as if it could resonate with one's heartbeat. Those who heard him felt delighted and even trusted him a little more. Guo Huaining was already a chatterbox, and she had a crush on Hu Guanchen. Now that she was bewitched by his voice, it was like a dream. Do you want to know who's behind her? Guo Huaining giggled, as if she had no bones in her body. She fell limply onto Hu Guanchen. Hu Guanchen still didn't move, but he had crossed his legs at an angle. His long legs stretched out, naturally separating him from Guo Huaining. Guo Huaining was attracted to Hu Guanchen. All she could see was his half-smile. She couldn't fall onto Hu Guanchen, and tripped over the chair. Her legs weakened, and she knelt in front of Hu Guanchen. She didn't give up. She leaned forward and knelt down, resting her head on Hu Guanchen's knees. She mumbled dreamily. Hua. Mr. Hua. Hu Guanchen didn't speak for a long time. The room was very quiet, only the flickering candlelight, and the scent of lavender wafting through the room. Guo Huaining had lit scented candles. Hu Guanchen's eyes flickered, and after a moment, he grunted. He raised a hand and gently touched Guo Huaining's hair, then silently retracted it. Guo Huaining's scalp tightened, and she shivered as if she had been electrocuted. Her breathing quickened. She never knew that the feeling between a man and a woman didn't need to be naked, and didn't need to be drenched in sweat to be intoxicating. She closed her eyes, sighed contentedly, and said softly. I've waited for so long, and it turns out that I was waiting for you. Hu Guanchen looked down at her, as if he didn't believe her. He snorted, weren't you waiting for the person behind Do Ayan? Guo Huaining shook her head, her eyes still closed, she doesn't know who the person behind her is either. He's always calling her mysteriously, and it's obvious he's using a voice changer. Even that idiot Do Ayan thinks it's because it's inconvenient for him to show himself. Hu Guanchen laughed, and shook his head lazily. It's fine if you don't want to tell me, you don't have to brush me off. I didn't. Guo Huaining panicked. Opening her eyes, she looked up at Hu Guanchen and said anxiously, I really didn't lie to you. I'm just guessing, the person has been contacting Do Ayan on the phone the whole time, doesn't show up, and uses a voice changer. This person must be someone Do Ayan knows. Because only familiar people would use these methods to hide their true identity. Hu Guanchen was still unmoved. Oh, is that so? He shook his head. You don't have to say anything. I'm not interested. He looked at his watch. It's getting late. I should return to the military compound. He stood up as he spoke. Guo Huaining was indescribably disappointed. She knelt on the ground and looked up greedily at Hu Guanchen's tall and burly figure. His handsome face was wrinkled with age. Mr. Hua, don't you want to know who's behind Do Ayan? Guo Huaining's eyes sparkled. Hu Guanchen casually put on his military cap and smiled. Why should I care about this person? But you just asked me. Guo Huaining rubbed her temples hesitantly. Was she dreaming? Or was she imagining things? Her head felt like it weighed a few thousand pounds. She really had too much to drink today. Guo Huaining felt like she had a memory lapse. She couldn't remember what happened more than 10 minutes ago. I just wanted to talk to you. Hu Guanchen seemed a bit regretful. What a pity, He didn't say what was a pity or why. He only said those 2 words before leaving the West Mountain Villa. Returning to the car and sitting down, the personal secretary in the front seat turned around. "Chief, Guahuaning put medicine in the soup this afternoon, but we changed it." "The soup you drank was prepared by us?" Guo Guanchen asked. "Then Guahuaning drank the soup she made herself?" "Yes." Hee hee. The personal secretary couldn't help but laugh perversely. "But it's okay. Her medicine doesn't do much to women. It just makes her unconscious." Huo Guanchen snorted. "How dare she? Actually, you wouldn't eat food cooked by others outside unless we saw the cooking process with our own eyes. Her little tricks won't affect you." Huo Guanchen closed his eyes to rest and began to think about what he should get her for her birthday. Although they were divorced, he still had to show his appreciation for Song Jinning's birthday. The next morning, Guahuaning woke up on the sofa in the dining room to find a blanket draped over her. Rubbing her head, she felt nauseous from the hangover. The cook who was making breakfast and the servant who was cleaning also came. They smiled at her and said, "Good morning." Guahuaning waved her hand and sat up from the sofa with difficulty. Her legs were numb. This sofa really wasn't a good place to sleep. Guahuaning suddenly remembered something when she thought of the word sleep. She looked down at her clothes. There wasn't much difference from yesterday except that she slept in the wrong position and there were wrinkles on her clothes. But no matter how she looked at it, she couldn't see any evidence of misbehaving last night. No one had touched her. Guahuaning rubbed her numb legs with mixed feelings. After sitting for a while, she walked up to her room on the 2nd floor and showered in the bathroom. As soon as she walked in, she saw her swollen face in the bathroom mirror. She couldn't help but hold her face in horror. She was glad that Huo Guanchen hadn't stayed over last night. If he had seen her like this, he would definitely have lost interest in her. Guahuaning shook her head with a bitter smile. When she was a teenager, she would often stay up all night without sleeping. Her eyes were bright and her skin was glossy. But now she was 30 years old. The only thing was that she slept in the wrong place at night. Her entire body was exhausted. The skin on her face was loose and even the wrinkles were showing. It was a terrible sight. Guahuaning meticulously started her maintenance routine. She showered, soaked in the bath, applied various skin care essences and lotions, and finally applied a variety of facial masks. She spent the entire morning in the bathroom before she could finally clean herself up. She couldn't stay up late anymore. Guahuaning secretly made up her mind. It was already noon when she came out of the room. She was about to have lunch when her phone rang again. She took it out and saw that it was Do Ain's number in the United States. Guahuaning swiped to answer the call. She was in a good mood. "Ain, is that you? You're not asleep yet. It should be midnight in the United States at this time." Do Ain was still recovering from jet lag and didn't have time to exchange pleasantries with Guahuaning. She immediately said excitedly, "Huaning, how's it going with General Hua?" Guahuaning was stunned. "What do you mean how's it going? I'm asking if you've had a breakthrough with him." Do Ain became even more excited. "A friend of mine just met General Hua at the best jewelry store in the capital." "What do you think he's doing?" "Doing what?" "Buying jewelry. I think he's looking at rings." "No way." Guahuaning's heart skipped a beat. She clutched her chest and leaned against the door. She really couldn't breathe. "This is the first chapter of the day, chapter 2018, so I've been waiting for you. It's November. Please give me your guaranteed monthly tickets. And recommendation tickets. 2 chapters today. 8 p.m. the next night. Mwah, everyone, my little angels." Chapter 2030. What happened last night seemed to resurface in her mind. Although she didn't remember what happened after she got drunk, she still remembered what happened before she got drunk. The room full of romantic candles, Guoguanchen's eyes in the candlelight, his handsome and seductive face, she remembered it all clearly. She also remembered how close they were. If they got any closer, their faces would almost be right up against each other. Even now, she could feel the warmth of his shallow breath on her face. Afterwards, she seemed to be kneeling on the floor with her head on his knees, and his hand, touching the tip of her hair. Guohuaning suddenly remembered as saying, "Everything is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, or a shadow, like dew or lightning." Guohuaning's face couldn't get any redder. She had already reached the entrance of the dining room and was holding onto the wall by the door to support her almost collapsing body. Do Ayan waited there for a while, and when Guohuaning didn't speak, she called out anxiously, "Huaning? Huaning? Are you still listening?" "Yes, I'm here." Guohuaning finally snapped out of her daze and found her voice. She took a deep breath and held onto the wall as she turned into the dining room. She sat down at her seat and the kitchen helpers placed lunch in front of her. They even arranged the bowls and chopsticks for her. Guohuaning nodded at her with a smile, and said casually to Do Ayan on the phone, "Is that so?" "Of course. I'll show you the photos if you don't believe me," Do Ayan said as she immediately sent a few photos to Guohuaning. Guohuaning looked closely. It really was Guoguanchen in the jewelry store. The jewelry store's logo was above Guoguanchen's head, there was no mistaking it. This photo was obviously taken secretly, but the angle was very good. It perfectly showed Guoguanchen's handsome side profile, as well as his handsome military uniform and straight back. He held a small jewelry box in his hand and opened it, revealing a sparkling ring inside. It was obviously a diamond ring, and the stone was probably not small. The photo was taken from a distance, so it must have been taken with a telephoto lens, but it could still be clearly seen that the diamond was shaped like a pear with two sharp ends and an oval in the middle. If it was a 1-carat diamond the size of a grain of rice, it definitely couldn't be seen so clearly from the angle of the photo. Guohuaning estimated that the diamond on the ring that Guoguanchen was looking at was at least 7 carats. If the purity, cut, and color of a 7-carat diamond were all top-notch, then the price would be sky-high. Guohuaning had once seen a celebrity's engagement diamond ring. It was in the shape of a 7-carat mahjong tile and was worth about $5 million. The diamond ring on Guoguanchen's hand was several times more expensive than that celebrity's engagement ring. "I really don't know what the price is." It wasn't that Guohuaning hadn't seen money before, but $5 million was almost all she had after so many years of hard work. She could barely afford a similar diamond ring with all the money she had, but was it interesting? When she thought that everything she owned was earned bit by herself, it was extremely boring. Therefore, Guoguanchen was even more precious to her. And this sense of urgency was different from when he had a crush on her in the past. At that time, she wasn't that confident and could give up at any time. After last night, she realized that Guoguanchen wasn't that unreachable anymore. As long as she worked hard, she could have this kind of life where she was truly above everyone else. Moreover, there was Guoguanchen, the man she truly loved. Only he was worthy of her. The corners of Guohuaning's lips curled up into a proud smile. She felt like she had been reborn, like a swan in the snow, and would soon soar into the sky. "Do you believe me now? Why do you think General Hua is buying this kind of ring now?" Do Ayan's tone was gossipy and persuasive. Guohuaning didn't disappoint. She laughed quietly and said ambiguously, "Who knows? General Hua only had one meal with me last night." "What? Really, really?" Do Ayan was so excited she almost jumped up. "Then he bought it for you." "Huaning, you're amazing. It's only been a few days and you've already made a sly old man like General Hua want to get married?" Guohuaning smiled reservedly and denied it. "How is that possible?" We only had one meal alone for the first time. Ha! Why is this candle still lit? How did the servants in the restaurant take care of you? They even forgot to put out the candle. It was a simple sentence, but it contained a lot of information. Do-Ayan immediately understood and said, "You had a candlelight dinner for the two of you last night. And you said it had nothing to do with you. Huining, don't be so humble." Gua Huining turned on the camera on her phone and video chatted with Do-Ayan. "See, why would I lie to you?" Thanks to Gua Huining, this wasn't the first time Do-Ayan had seen Hu Guanchen's private residence in the West Hills. When she looked at the dining room again, she immediately believed that Gua Huining wasn't lying. So there were indeed candles of varying heights on the counters around the walls of the dining room. Traces of burning wax could be clearly seen. Do-Ayan was finally convinced that Gua Huining had made such substantial progress and wanted to hang up in satisfaction. But Gua Huining wasn't going to let her off so easily. She turned off the video call and continued talking to Do-Ayan. "Ayan, you managed to get a photo of General Hui even when you were overseas. Your friend is pretty amazing. What does he do? How could it be so coincidental? So coincidental that I thought you were stalking General Hui." Gua Huining asked this not because she suspected that Do-Ayan would harm Hu Guanchen, but because she was worried that Do-Ayan would steal Hu Guanchen from her. Do-Ayan didn't even understand what Gua Huining was thinking, so her first reaction was to feel guilty. She chuckled and tried to bluff her way out of this. "Huining, what are you talking about? Why would I stalk General Hui for no reason? Besides, with his position, do you think anyone can just stalk him and secretly take pictures of him? Not to mention the personal secretaries, security personnel, orderlies, and snipers hiding in the dark. There were also plainclothes men mixed in with the crowd. With so many people following him and being photographed at such a close distance, these people should all go to hell." Do-Ayan's photo was taken from a higher floor with a top-of-the-line camera. How else could she have gotten it? Do-Ayan was proud of herself. But Gua Huining quickly exposed her. "That's right, so someone with status, means, connections, and money must be able to secretly take pictures of him, right?" Gua Huining had studied law for many years and wasn't just for show. Just a few casual words from her were enough to make Do-Ayan feel like she was exposed. She continued to chuckle. "You know my friends. Their identities are scary to say. My father used to be the prime minister and my friends are all rich and powerful. What's so strange about running into someone like that in the same jewelry store as General Hui?" Gua Huining wanted to laugh too. "Yes, when your father was the prime minister, it wasn't strange for you to be friends with the prime minister. But now your father is not only the former prime minister, he's also the former prime minister serving time in prison. How many rich and powerful people would have such a deep friendship with the daughter of the former prime minister, if they were out of their minds? Is that so?" Gua Huining casually hung up and didn't continue the conversation. The more she didn't say anything, the more Do-Ayan believed it to be true. After the call with Gua Huining ended, Do-Ayan looked at her phone and thought for a while before dialing the number of the person she had contacted. Unsurprisingly, it was another voicemail. Do-Ayan left a voicemail. "Hello, are you sure General Hui bought the ring for Gua Huining? She's about to get engaged to General Hu Guanchen. What do you plan to do next?" Not long after she left the voicemail, the person called back. There was a hint of joy in his voice. "Really? He really bought it for Gua Huining? So soon? She's about to get engaged. It's not that soon." Do-Ayan chuckled. "Grandfather Hui has been recovering for a few months, and Gua Huining herself isn't too bad. She's younger than General Hui by more than 20 years. The old house is on fire and she can't wait to help." This is the second update of the day, Chapter 2019, The Old House on Fire, 1. It's November, please give me your guaranteed monthly tickets. And recommendation tickets. Mwah, everyone, my little angels. Chapter 2031. The voice on the other end paused for a moment, then said in a slightly distorted voice, "Since you're about to get engaged, you should hold on to Gwahuaning tightly." Do-Ian nodded quickly. "I know. If it wasn't for General Hua's lust, we wouldn't have been able to get close to them. Emichem, as long as you know. Keep an eye on Gwahuaning, it's best if she gets pregnant sooner," the person on the other end suggested. Do-Ian raised her eyebrows in surprise. Why does she have to get pregnant sooner? Do you think she'll have a chance of marrying into the Hua family if she doesn't get pregnant? The person on the other end was a little impatient. Do-Ian, don't tell me you don't know the rules of this circle. Do-Ian choked, thinking that this person was really strange. There were some unspoken rules he didn't know, but there were some tacit rules he knew like the back of his hand. However, she didn't have the guts to argue with him, so she immediately said, "Understood, I'll encourage Gwahuaning." "Good, you've done well." The person's voice softened and he smiled. "I'll give you an extra $100,000 this month as a reward." Do-Ian's heart warmed up when she received a reward of $100,000 a month. She couldn't help but say, "Sir, thank you for taking care of me this year. May I have the honor of treating you to dinner?" "No, you won't have the honor," the person said and quickly hung up. Do-Ian put down her phone angrily and waited for a moment before opening a small app on her phone to find the coordinates of the person she had just spoken to. It didn't work, the person's coordinates were still blank and well hidden. How useless, and they call themselves the king of tracking apps on the dark web. Do-Ian muttered, planning to ask the person for a refund when she had time. She couldn't even find the location of a phone number. What a waste of $1,000. After Gwahuaning ended the call with Do-Ian, she sat restlessly in the West Mountain villa. She looked at the photo over and over again, liking it more and more. Not only did she like the perfect diamond ring, but she also liked the man holding it. How she wished that she was the diamond ring in that man's hand, that he treasured and kept away. She had been waiting for such a person all her life. From then on, she would wash her hands and cook for him. The wind and rain outside would never touch her again. She would no longer have to struggle in society like a tomboy. She just wanted to hide under his wings and no longer have to wander around. After watching for a while, she couldn't sit still anymore. She informed the servants in the villa and drove into the city. Although the Shishan villa was luxurious and had mountains and rivers, to Gwahuaning, she still liked the hustle and bustle of the metropolis. She felt that she could only stay in a place like the West Mountain Villa on weekends at most. Normally, it would be better to stay in the city, especially with Hua Guanchen at the Hua family's mansion and the military compound. She drove to the entrance of the military headquarters to take a look before reluctantly driving to the mall. It was the same mall where Hua Guanchen had bought the ring from. Even though she knew that Hua Guanchen should have left by now, she couldn't help but want to visit the place he had been. Carrying her Hermes platinum bag into the store, she was greeted by a young woman in a white professional suit with a smile. "May I ask what jewelry you are interested in, miss? We mainly sell diamond rings here, but we also have matching necklaces, bracelets, necklaces, and earrings." Gwahuaning was speechless. She just wanted to see it. However, she still sat down where Hua Guanchen had been sitting. She looked down at the display case and pointed at a pear-shaped diamond ring. "Please show me this ring." The shop assistant in the store quickly smiled and said, "Unfortunately, this ring has just been ordered. We are waiting for the main store to send someone to engrave it." Although Gwahuaning wouldn't buy such an expensive diamond ring herself, she had received a large diamond ring from Hong Ziki back then. She knew that if this kind of diamond ring had to be engraved, it would be sent back to their headquarters and then sent back after the engraving was done. She hadn't expected that the diamond ring Hua Guanchen had bought would actually make their headquarters send someone over personally. One had to know that the headquarters of this jewelry store was in France. Gwahuaning couldn't help but ask, "Don't you usually send it back to the headquarters for engraving? Why did your headquarters send someone this time?" Miss, you are also an expert. The shop assistant complimented, because this gentleman wanted it in a hurry, and there wouldn't be enough time to send it back. Our headquarters decided to send someone to engrave it. That's quite an honor. Gua Huining pursed her lips and chuckled. Her fingers mimicked Huguanchen's and gently tapped on the glass of the display case. She asked curiously. What's the engraving? The shop assistant only smiled and didn't say anything. Gua Huining knew that this might be a customer's privacy, and most shop assistants wouldn't say anything. However, she also knew that if there was no possibility of it being leaked, most shop assistants wouldn't mind gossiping about the customer. Therefore, Gua Huining spread her hands and said, actually, you don't have to worry about me telling anyone else what you said. I don't know the buyer, so there's no place for me to pass the message. The shop assistant smiled slightly and thought about it for a while before lowering her voice and saying, since Miss is so interested, why don't you buy a bracelet? We have this kind of decorative bracelet. It's 18K gold inlaid with diamonds. It's only 30,000 yuan. Gua Huining felt her heart ache, but she couldn't bear to part with her child. She gritted her teeth and spent 30,000 yuan to buy an extremely short 18K gold and diamond inlaid bracelet. The diamonds were really broken, and it was almost impossible to tell that they were diamonds. Fortunately, the purity was excellent. Wearing it on her wrist, it was like wearing a string of stars in the night sky. It was beautiful and unique, and there was a large logo for her to show off. After Gua Huining put it on, she immediately fell in love with the bracelet. The shop assistant completed a transaction, then lowered her voice and said, I heard that the gentleman bought it as a gift. It must be for his lover. Gua Huining's heart almost skipped a few beats. It's possible to give it to someone, but how do you know it's for his lover? Wouldn't it be for a relative, wife, or colleague? TSK, if it's for a wife, relative, or colleague, would they ask us to engrave endless on the ring? Love. Endless love. Gua Huining's eyes flashed. Endless love. Love without end. It's really quite romantic. Of course. The shop assistant joked with Gua Huining for a while until another customer came in. She only left Gua Huining to serve other customers. Gua Huining left the jewelry store with a smile. She was in a particularly good mood the whole day. However, when she returned to the West Mountain Villa, she found that the villa's entrance was heavily guarded. Several military vehicles were parked, and 2 armed guards stood guard in front of the villa's courtyard. Gua Huining froze, then wondered if Huguanchen had come. Although he had never put on such a grand show before, she knew that he deserved to enjoy such an entourage. She quickly walked forward, but when she was about to go in, the guard pointed a gun at her. Stop. Gua Huining quickly explained, I'm the housekeeper here. My name is Gua Huining. If you don't believe me, you can ask Grandfather Hua and General Hua. The guard put away his gun. Go in. Gua Huining breathed a sigh of relief, but as soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng coming out of the villa. Hua Xiaoheng's face was expressionless, but Gu Nianji was smiling sweetly and had beautiful eyes. She looked even more beautiful than before. Gua Huining stopped and stood on the side of the road. She smiled and nodded at Gu Nianji. Miss Gu, you're here. Gu Nianji didn't even look at her. She held Hua Xiaoheng's arm and said proudly, this villa is not bad. Is it your father's? Then won't it be yours from now on? Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, legally, that's the case, but my father isn't old. If he remarries and has children, they might not be mine. I see. That's a pity. Gu Nianji glanced at Gua Huining meaningfully. I heard that many people are matchmaking for General Hua. Major General Hua, maybe you'll have a little brother or sister soon. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. You only know how to talk nonsense. He pulled Gu Nianji into the car, and with the military vehicle surrounding them, they left in a grandiose manner. Guo Huining's face alternated between red and white as she watched Hua Xiaoheng's motorcade leave. She clenched her fists. What she didn't know was that Gu Nianji was turning her head to look in her direction from the car. She smiled at Hua Xiaoheng and said, "Will this method work? This is called adding fuel to the fire. We can wait and see." This is the first update of the day, Chapter 2020, The Old House on Fire, 2. It's November. Please give me a guaranteed monthly vote. And recommendation votes. There are 2 updates today. At 8:00 in the evening the next day. P.S. Recently, I can't guarantee the first update in the morning. I've been working overtime every day. I didn't get home until 10:00 tonight. I started writing after dinner. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2032. Guo Huining's heart was in turmoil. She knew she didn't have an advantage in terms of family background and age, but she had advantages that young women with good family backgrounds didn't have. She was smart, capable, mature and steady. She would never throw a tantrum at a man. More importantly, Hua Guanchen was greatly indebted to her. This was something that others couldn't even compare to. But she was still a little uneasy. What if she had misjudged him? Like Hong Ziki. She had thought he would be a good match for her to marry into a rich family. Guo Huining waited for Hua Guanchen to return or invite her out to dinner for the next few days. But Hua Guanchen didn't show up. She tried calling him but only his personal secretary answered. Hua Guanchen was always busy and didn't have time to answer her calls. He didn't call back to ask what she needed. Guo Huining's heart was in her throat. Do Ayin kept calling to chat with her and find out about the progress between her and Hua Guanchen. Guo Huining felt bitter but didn't say it out loud. She just didn't reply and pretended to be mysterious. Only then did she save some face. Hua Guanchen was well aware of all of this. He sat in his office and thought about what the person behind Guo Huining wanted her to get close to him. Of course, the most important thing was to know who was behind it to confirm their motives. Otherwise, any intentions that were revealed might be fake. Guo Huining couldn't take it anymore after being ignored for a few days. She finally called Zhang Baoqin and asked when he would be free to visit grandfather Hua. Zhang Baoqin used to work with Hua Guanchen to take care of grandfather Hua in the hospital. Grandfather Hua was discharged and moved to Hua Guanchen's private residence. With Guo Huining and so many professionals and servants to take care of him, Zhang Baoqin was much more relaxed. But he also wanted to visit grandfather Hua. Zhang Baoqin immediately answered Guo Huining's call, "I'm free today." "How's my father today?" Guo Huining smiled, "He's much better. He doesn't need a wheelchair anymore and can walk around in the backyard." Zhang Baoqin smiled, "Then I'll come over in the afternoon. Is it convenient for you?" Of course, of course." Guo Huining put down the phone and went to inform grandfather Hua. "Grandfather Hua, Mr. Zhang Baoqin is here to see you." "Baoqin? That's great. I haven't seen him in a while. Will my grandson and granddaughter come?" Grandfather Hua asked excitedly. The grandchildren he was referring to were Zhang Baoqin's son, Zhang Wenjie, and daughter, Zhang Wenna. Guo Huining smiled and shook her head. "I'm not sure about that. Why don't you ask him when he comes?" Grandfather Hua nodded happily and kept looking out the window, waiting for Zhang Baoqin to come. It took Zhang Baoqin 2 hours to drive from the city. When she arrived at Hua Guanchen's private residence in the West Mountain Villa, she was drenched in sweat despite the cold weather. Guo Huining handed him a wet tissue and asked with concern, "Are you cold? Do you want to change your clothes? We have some of General Hua's casual clothes here, not his military uniform." It's okay, it's okay." Zhang Baochen wiped his face and went to see grandfather Hua. Since the father and son were going to talk, Guo Huining couldn't just stand by. By the time Zhang Baochen finished speaking, the sky had already darkened. Zhang Baochen looked out the French windows and said, "It's already so late." Guo Huining smiled and asked, "Mr. Zhang, would you like to stay for dinner?" "It's okay, I have to go back." Zhang Baochen looked at his watch and chatted with Guo Huining for a while. Then he suddenly asked, "Has my second brother been here these past few days?" Guo Huining had been beating around the bush for a long time and was waiting for this question. She immediately frowned and said, "He came often a few days ago to visit grandfather Hua. We even had dinner together. I don't think he's been here much lately." Zhang Baochen looked at her pitifully and sighed softly. "Miss Guo, actually, being a housekeeper isn't a long-term job, especially for a woman like you. It's such a pity." Guo Huining's heart beat wildly. She thought that if it wasn't for Hua Guanchen, she wouldn't have come to be a housekeeper. Of course, she couldn't say that. She smiled subtly and said, "I've worked for so many years, it's good to take a break. Mr. Hua also helped me a lot, so it's only right that I help him now." Zhang Baochen thought about what grandfather Hua had said and couldn't help hinting, "But when my second brother remarries, this place might not need a housekeeper anymore." No matter how calm Guo Huining was, her expression changed. "Mr. Zhang, what do you mean?" "It's Guanchen." Zhang Baochen's eyes widened in shock. "You're calling my second brother Guanchen?" This was too intimate and made one's imagination run wild. Guo Huining covered her mouth and laughed awkwardly. "Sorry, I misspoke. I wanted to ask if Mr. Hua has found someone to remarry." "I'm not sure about that." Zhang Baochen actually really wanted to help Guo Huining. In his opinion, Guo Huining marrying Hua Guanchen was much better than Hua Guanchen finding someone else. At least Guo Huining didn't look down on him and even helped him a lot. Everyone in Hua Guanchen's circle looked down on his family. Zhang Baochen had enough of their picky looks. Zhang Baochen's heart skipped a beat and he smiled. "I heard from my father that my second brother has been busy lately. He's actually busy with matchmaking." "Matchmaking? Who are the people he's meeting? Do you know?" Guo Huining forced herself to calm down. She still wanted to find out more information and what was going on. "Who else? Isn't it just the daughters of the people from his family?" Zhang Baochen snorted. "But he's getting on in years. Even though he's in a high position, he can't possibly find unmarried girls. The ones he finds are all divorced or widowed women." Guo Huining relaxed slightly. Even though she had fiancés before, she had never married. Compared to those people, she had an obvious advantage. But Guo Huining was confused again after hearing Zhang Baochen's words. Who did Hua Guanchen buy that diamond ring for? Wasn't it for her? But the words "endless love" were engraved on it. It was an obvious expression of love between a man and a woman. It was too incomprehensible. Zhang Baochen patted her shoulder and said meaningfully, "Miss Guo, I actually think more highly of you. Don't be discouraged, you still have a chance." He hinted to Guo Huining that Hua Guanchen was a filial son. As long as grandfather Hua agreed, Guo Huining would have no problem marrying him. Guo Huining was instantly reassured. She had originally started with grandfather Hua to get in touch with someone like Hua Guanchen. As long as she could appease grandfather Hua, it would be much easier for Hua Guanchen. Guo Huining's face lit up at the thought. On the other side, Do Ayan was also confused when Guo Huining didn't respond. She called her superior and reported the situation here hesitantly. Her supervisor didn't speak for a long time and only said, "I'll ask Big Boss and see if he has any ideas." Do Ayan perked up. She had already guessed that there must be someone behind her supervisor. This is the second update of the day, Chapter 2021, The Old House on Fire, 3. It's November, please give me your guaranteed monthly tickets. And recommendation tickets. There are 2 updates today. Moi, everyone, my little angels. Chapter 2033. Unfortunately, Do Ayin didn't have the chance to find out who her boss was. The other party quickly hung up and never called again. Gua Huining was also nervous for a few days. She found a few reasons to call Huo Guanqin but couldn't get to him. His personal secretary answered all the calls. He kept telling her that the chief was very busy and asked her to take care of him. He said he would go back to see grandfather Huo once he was done with work. But this was obviously an excuse. Gua Huining didn't believe a word. She didn't understand why Huo Guanqin didn't take the last step with her even though he clearly had feelings for her. She regretted not drugging him that night before the candlelight dinner. That kind of opportunity would probably be hard to come by again. Just as she was about to lose hope of finding Huo Guanqin, someone suddenly called her. Miss Gua. I'm Do Ayin's friend. The person got straight to the point. Gua Huining immediately recognized the voice as the person who called Do Ayin with a voice changer. Although she had only heard it once, the voice was too special. She had a good memory so she remembered it well. Although she recognized it, she knew she couldn't reveal it. So she pretended not to know and said dryly, "Hello, may I ask who you are? I haven't been in contact with Ayin for a while." The person on the other end seemed to laugh. She could tell it was an older man. Although he used a voice changer, it was difficult to change the basic sound quality. If Gua Huining had the software to analyze sound frequency, she could even restore the original sound of the voice changer. Of course, Gua Huining didn't care if the person was a man or a woman. She only wanted him to help her achieve her wish. The person seemed to be satisfied with her reaction and said politely, "I'm Do Ayin's friend. You can call me Uncle Dong." Gua Huining was speechless. She wasn't used to calling strangers uncle. She held the phone and said vaguely, "Mr. Dong, what can I do for you? I heard from Ayin that you and General Huo are getting close." He really touched a sore spot. Gua Huining's expression darkened. "Are you making fun of me? If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Don't be in such a hurry." The man smiled confidently. "Don't you understand the saying, an impatient person can't eat hot porridge?" Gua Huining choked at his words and braced herself to say, "How am I impatient? If you have something to say, just say it. Who would know what you mean by beating around the bush? All right, I'm only helping you out of kindness for Ayin's sake." Gua Huining held her arm and said indifferently, "You won't help me for free. Do you think I'm a child who doesn't know anything? Yes, we are businessmen. Of course we want to make money. If you can marry General Huo, of course, we will need your help in the future." Hearing that the other party wanted money, Gua Huining put down her arm and relaxed. She sat on the sofa and curled up the corner of her mouth. "You need to connect to heaven and earth to do business. What kind of business are you doing?" The other party also laughed. Miss Gua is an understanding person and also a smart person. A business that needs to connect to heaven and earth is obviously not a normal business, and this kind of business is also very profitable. "I can't guarantee that." Gua Huining smiled faintly. "If it affects Guanqin's career, I'd be crazy to help you." Why would she trade Huo Guanqin's career? Then why did she go through so much trouble to marry him? To be a commoner with him? The other party hurriedly explained, "Miss Gua, don't worry. We will never do anything illegal. In fact, it's very easy for us to help you. It doesn't take us much effort." "Oh. Then how are you going to help me?" Gua Huining asked tentatively. "Let me make this clear. I have no money, no job, and no status right now. I can't help you with anything. Miss Gua, you're too humble. With your influence, can't you just give General Hua some pillow talk in the future? The other party's words were already quite explicit. However, Gua Huining found it very appealing and her smile widened. You must be joking. Guanchen isn't that kind of person. The other party saw that Gua Huining was very familiar with Hua Guanchen, and from the conversation they overheard, they confirmed that Gua Huining was indeed one step away. How about this, are you free now? Come to the second floor of Yuan AI restaurant. It's convenient for me and for others. That person sent an address to Gua Huining. Gua Huining looked at it. The address was a restaurant near the Institute of High Energy Physics in the 4th Ring Road called Yuan AI. Okay, I'll be right there. Gua Huining was here. Hua Guanchen had a car in his private residence in the West Mountain Villa that Hua Guanchen had given to her. She got into the car with the keys and arrived at the entrance of Yuan AI restaurant near the Institute of High Energy Physics in 20 minutes. The waiter at the door brought her to the second floor. Gua Huining had never been to this restaurant before. She thought that the second floor was all private rooms. However, when she went upstairs, she realized that it was still an open hall. However, compared to the hall downstairs, there were many more screens and greenery, dividing the entire second floor into separate areas. It looked like a private room, but it was more open than a private room, and there was enough privacy between each area. The only drawback was the slightly poor soundproofing. Gua Huining glanced at the Nordic-style dining tables and chairs. She was very surprised that there was such an elegant and interesting restaurant in this place. She followed the waiter all the way. Bypassing the path led by the green vines, she saw an eye-catching man and woman sitting near the window not far away. The man was elegant and handsome, and the woman in front of him was mature and beautiful. They were a strange match. A mother and son sat in front of them on the left. The child was only 4 or 5 years old, but he was sitting in his high chair obediently. He wasn't shouting like other children. The child's mother was elegant and gentle. She was wiping the child's hands with a wet tissue. Gua Huining looked away and looked to her right, which was hidden by the vines and screens. Although it was only a glimpse, Gua Huining suddenly stopped in her tracks. Who did she see? She actually saw Hua Guanchen. What was he doing here at this time of day? Gua Huining had just called Hua Guanchen in the morning and was told by his personal secretary that Hua Guanchen would be in meetings all day. Was this a meeting? Why would he come to such a high-end restaurant for a meeting? Gua Huining gripped the handle of her Hermes platinum bag tightly. The veins on the back of her hand were bulging. However, she didn't act impulsively. She patiently followed the waiter in another direction. After walking around a few more times, she was finally led by the waiter to a cubicle. In the cubicle, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s was watching a live broadcast on an iPad. Seeing that she had arrived, he quickly looked up and stood up to extend his hand with a smile. Miss Gua. I'm Uncle Dong. This person's voice was exactly the same as the one she had heard on the phone. Gua Huining awkwardly reached out and shook the man's hand. It was a real voice. She thought that he had used a voice changer. Although it sounded a little strange, Gua Huining remembered that some people's voices were different from others, so she understood. She had once heard a singer sing. If one only listened to the voice without looking at the face, everyone would think that the singer was a woman. In fact, he was 100% male. Nature's uncanny workmanship was sometimes amazing. Hello, Uncle Dong. Gua Huining sat down opposite him. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the iPad next to the man's hand, and her expression changed slightly. She had originally thought that the man was watching a live broadcast, but now that she saw the content on the iPad screen clearly, she realized that it wasn't a normal live broadcast. It was the layout of the restaurant. The man saw that Gua Huining had already sensed that something was different. He pursed his lips into a smile and handed an earphone to her. Put it on. Gua Huaining took the earphone suspiciously and listened to it with the man on the other earphone. She didn't hesitate and leaned over to look at the iPad next to the man. The image on the iPad wasn't very clear. It was like the image quality of a low-resolution surveillance camera. However, the voice was very clear. Gua Huaining could clearly hear that it was Huo Guanchen's voice coming from the earphone. On the iPad, Huo Guanchen and a woman were sitting opposite each other. There were only 4 dishes in front of them. Gua Huaining looked at Uncle Dong in surprise. Uncle Dong smiled and said, "I'm the owner of this restaurant." No wonder he could watch the surveillance directly. Gua Huaining breathed a sigh of relief and ignored the man. She held her breath as she looked at the iPad and listened to the conversation coming from it. After listening for a long time, she finally understood that Huo Guanchen was going on a blind date. She had heard Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji mention it before, so she thought they were deliberately trying to hurt her. She hadn't expected it to be true. Huo Guanchen wasn't wearing his military uniform at the moment. Instead, he was wearing a gray striped shirt and a pair of black slim-fit trousers. He held a cigarette in his hand and sat in his seat like a gentleman. He looked at the woman in front of him with a half-smile. The woman in front of him wasn't young, but she wasn't very old either. Gua Huaining guessed that she was around 40 years old. Compared to Huo Guanchen's age, she was young. However, compared to Gua Huaining, she was too old. Gua Huaining pouted in disdain. However, the woman was quite pretty. She could tell that she was from a good family and had a good upbringing. She spoke softly and looked at Huo Guanchen. Although she was being reserved, they were both women. How could Gua Huaining not see her feelings for Huo Guanchen? Through the earpiece, the woman said gently, "General Hua, I was divorced once, but I don't have children. I don't know if you still want children." Huo Guanchen interrupted her politely. "Madam Liu, I don't need children at my age." "Oh. Really?" Madam Liu seemed surprised and happy. "I didn't believe it when my father told me." Huo Guanchen's face showed a trace of pity. He put out the cigarette in the ashtray and sighed. "Your father, Department Head Liu, has worked with me for many years. I won't hide it from you. I already have someone in my heart." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 2022, The Old House Caught Fire, 4. It's November. Please give me your guaranteed monthly tickets. And recommendation tickets for Monday. There were 2 updates today. 8 p.m. on the second update. P.S. I had a fever yesterday. I worked overtime in the afternoon and fell asleep as soon as I got home. I slept all the way until this afternoon. I've been seriously lacking sleep lately. I'll be fine once I get through this half a month. Mwah, everyone, my little angels. Chapter 2034. The smile on Madame Liu's face froze. She didn't know how to respond for a long time. He didn't seem to be a smooth talker either. Gua Huaining sighed softly. She knew that anyone who could win Huo Guanchen's heart was never an ordinary person. After a while, she heard Madame Liu stutter. "There's someone." "Then why did you come, to see me?" Huo Guanchen smiled and said, "Director Liu, it would be impolite to refuse." It was this look of knowing everything about women that struck a chord in some people's hearts. Madame Liu closed her eyes and asked, "Can I ask, who is the person in your heart?" Huo Guanchen sighed softly, seeming to find this question difficult to answer. Gua Huaining also felt that Madame Liu was asking too much. Why would she tell you the person in her heart? As expected, Huo Guanchen didn't answer her directly. Instead, he picked up the menu and said, "What else would you like to eat?" This was almost no different from a tactful rejection. Madame Liu seemed to be embarrassed. After a while, she stood up and said, "I'm full. Thank you, General Hua. I'll be leaving now." With that, she hurriedly left the booth where they were eating. Huo Guangchen sat alone for a while, then took out a ring box with Tiffany's logo from his pocket. The box was turquoise, but it seemed to be old and didn't shine as well. He opened the ring box and was lost in thought as he looked inside. Guo Huining took a closer look. This ring box wasn't the new box she had seen before, and the diamond ring inside wasn't the huge pear-shaped diamond ring she had seen before. Instead, it was a smaller, six-clawed diamond ring from Tiffany's Classic. The stone on the ring was still the same size, but the inlay was more elegant and exquisite. It was as if it had been baptized by time and lost the impetuous nature of the diamond. Guo Huining's heart was beating rapidly. Deep in her heart, she still felt a sense of unreality. Who was the person in Huo Guangchen's heart? She was just about to take off her headphones when she saw someone else coming. This time, the waiter brought a beautiful, elegant woman to the booth where Huo Guangchen was. Although the quality of the surveillance video displayed on the iPad was very low, Guo Huining could still see that the woman was too beautiful to be a real person. She was wearing a light blue round-neck cashmere sweater, beige wool pants, and a spoilt white coat on the outside. It was obvious that he had just come out of the hospital or the laboratory. But as soon as she came in, everyone's eyes followed her. In front of this woman, the beautiful woman opposite the handsome man at the door could only be regarded as child's play. Beauty also had to be compared. When an ordinary beauty stood in front of a truly beautiful person, the comparison would be even more tragic than an ordinary person. Guo Huining stared at the woman for a long time until Huo Guangchen asked in a gentle tone she had never heard before, "Jining, have you had lunch? The soup here is very good." Guo Huining finally realized that this woman was Huo Guangchen's ex-wife, Song Jining. Weren't they already divorced? Why did they have to pull each other? Panic rose in Guo Huining's heart. It was as if someone had suddenly smashed her from a beautiful dream with a sledgehammer, and that Song Jining was the person holding the sledgehammer. Before she had seen Song Jining, she could still comfort herself. She thought that a woman about Huo Guangchen's age and was already in her early 50s, how beautiful could she be? But now that she saw Song Jining, she realized that there was actually someone who took such good care of herself. People would even believe that she was in her early 30s. She looked even younger than Guo Huining, who was in her early 30s, not to mention her beautiful appearance. Guo Huining had previously thought that in Huo Guangchen's heart, she was still considered young and beautiful, but now she realized that not only was she not beautiful, but even young, she only had the advantage of numbers. In terms of appearance, no one would think that Song Jining was older than her. But why was Huo Guangchen so good to her? So good that she almost had inappropriate thoughts. Guo Huining was embarrassed and angry, and almost stormed out. Uncle Dong, who was sitting next to her, was not focused on the iPad video like Guo Huining, but carefully scrutinized Guo Huining's expression. He saw that her expression was getting uglier, and the anger in her eyes was difficult to hide, so he nodded slightly. A woman who was brainless in love would only ruin things. Only when she saw the cruel truth would she be truly useful to them. Uncle Dong didn't believe a word of what Do Ayan had said. From a man's perspective, he didn't think that someone like Huo Guangchen would be interested in Guo Huining. Even if the old house was on fire, with Huo Guangchen's status and charisma, he could even choose any young girl in his circle. Why would he be interested in Guo Huining? But Huo Guangchen's care and tenderness towards Guo Huining didn't seem fake. This didn't match their judgment, so they were also very confused and didn't know what was going on. So in the end, they decided to come see for themselves and assess the possibility of Guo Huining being the one. Today was a great opportunity. They actually discovered that Huo Guangchen was not only meeting with his blind date, but also meeting Song Jining. Now Song Jining was simply sitting in front of Huo Guangchen, and Guo Huining was already completely defeated. She looked at the iPad with an unreadable expression and found that the pixels on the monitor had unknowingly become clearer. It was no longer the extremely low resolution from before, but now so clear that even Song Jinning's long eyelashes could be seen clearly. At this time, Song Jinning's gentle and beautiful voice came through the earpiece. Although she no longer had any emotions, a beautiful voice sounded good even when scolding people. Moreover, with Song Jinning's upbringing, it was impossible for her to curse in public. "General Hua, you said you wanted to see me about Xiaoheng." Song Jinning's expression was calm. "Can't you just say it over the phone?" Huo Guanchen rubbed his temples and pushed the ring box in his hand towards her. "Your birthday is in 2 days. I think you've already made plans with someone, so I won't be part of it. This is an early birthday present for you." Song Jinning didn't even look at it and pushed it back. "It's okay, we have nothing to do with each other anymore. We're not even friends anymore, so I can't accept your birthday present." Huo Guanchen smiled bitterly. "Jinning, do you really have to be so heartless? We have a son, how can you say we have nothing to do with each other? Don't tell me you and I didn't even know each other at Xiaoheng's wedding." Song Jinning glanced at him. "Are you here to talk to me about Xiaoheng's wedding?" Although it wasn't, it seemed that if he said no, Song Jinning would immediately get up and leave. After being married for so many years, he knew her too well. Huo Guanchen could only nod and say, "Xiaoheng and Ninji have been engaged for more than a year, so it's time for the wedding to be prepared. I don't know if you know, but the Russian president, Mr. Pushin, also said that he would attend the wedding and want to be a witness. This isn't a normal diplomatic occasion, so we need to plan it early." Song Jinning's expression softened and she said, "Then we need to plan it well. What do you need me to do?" Huo Guanchen flipped the ring box around in his hand. In the end, he pushed the turquoise ring box over and said, "This was left behind by my mother. It was supposed to be given to my eldest brother for him to give to his wife. But you know about his situation. He didn't want it. Before my mother passed away, she gave it to me. You can give it to Nianji." This was today's second update, Chapter 2023, The Old House is on Fire, 5. It was November, so I was begging everyone for a guaranteed monthly vote. And recommendation votes. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2035. Song Jinning snorted and didn't take the ring box. Instead, she smiled faintly and said, "Since old Madame Xia gave the ring to you, then it's yours. I'm divorcing you, so you don't have to give it to me anymore." Huo Guanchen also smiled and said, "I originally wanted to give it to sister-in-law, but then something happened. Big brother disappeared, and you got sick, so I didn't give it to anyone." "Yes." Song Jinning took the menu from the waiter and looked through it. She ordered a plate of fried rice and a glass of juice. "I'm in a hurry, please hurry up." She didn't ask Lu Yuan to bring her food today because she had an appointment with Huo Guanchen in advance. Since he was at the restaurant, it would be a waste not to eat. There was no need for Lu Yuan to make a wasted trip. Huo Guanchen didn't continue speaking. He watched Song Jinning finish eating before saying, "You should keep it. Mother will be happy to see Xiaoheng's wife wear it." Song Jinning was moved by Huo Guanchen's words. She sighed and said, "To be honest, you and I have let Xiaoheng down. Xiaoheng was brought up by old Madame Xia, but unfortunately, old Madame Xia has never enjoyed the happiness of a grandson." At that time, both husband and wife focused on their careers. Needless to say, Song Jinning plunged into the laboratory and worked day and night with her father, Song Haichuan, to conduct experiments in cooperation with the military. Because Huo Guanchen married Song Jinning, he was afraid that Song Jinning would regret it one day, so he was also working hard to get a promotion. However, in times of peace, it was not so easy to rise in the army. Therefore, he had to put in more time and energy. Moreover, his target was the big brother that he had admired since he was young. However, before he could achieve his goal, his eldest brother and his wife met with an accident at the same time. Huo Guanshen's expression didn't change much as he thought about what had happened 18 years ago, but his heart was in turmoil. His smile faded and he suddenly asked Song Jining, "How much do you remember about the experiment accident 18 years ago?" Song Jining was startled. She put down the tissue and frowned. "Are you sure you want to talk about the experiment from back then in this place?" Huo Guanshen took out another cigarette and lit it between his fingers. He did not smoke it. Song Jining frowned and pointed at the cigarette in his hand. "Don't smoke in public." Huo Guanshen glanced at her. Although it wasn't forbidden to smoke indoors, he still listened to her and put out the cigarette in his hand. Song Jining felt that Huo Guanshen's attitude was a little strange. Although it was no different from usual, she could feel it. This feeling was based on the tacit understanding between the two of them as lovers and husband and wife. Only those who have truly loved can understand it. Although she no longer loved him, this intuition was still there. No one knew what Huo Guanshen was thinking, but he continued talking. "I know that experiments are risky, especially collaborating with the military. But I find it strange. You and my father-in-law were both top high-energy physicists. Would you really make such a mistake?" She looked at Huo Guanshen for a long time. "What's wrong with you?" "It's been so long, I don't remember." Huo Guanshen nodded and stood up. "Then let's talk in the car." He gestured for the waiter to pay the bill. The waiter quickly brought the bill over. After paying the bill, he and Song Jining walked out one after the other. Guo Huining, who was eavesdropping from a nearby cubicle, was stunned. Uncle Dong's eyes flickered. "Sit here for a while. I'll go out for a bit." After Uncle Dong left, Guo Huining sat alone in the cubicle. Her emotions were extremely conflicted. From the way Huo Guanshen was talking to Song Jining just now, it was obvious that he still had feelings for her. It was just that Song Jining didn't have feelings for him anymore. But since they didn't have feelings for each other and were divorced, why was he using his son's name to continue hooking up? Guo Huining's face flushed and paled. She didn't hate Huo Guanshen, but she hated Song Jining to the core. She hated her even more than Gu Nianji. Actually, she knew that she was the one who started the conflict with Gu Nianji. It wasn't Gu Nianji's fault. But Song Jining was the real culprit who ruined her future. Uncle Dong hurriedly left the second floor of the restaurant and went to a room on the third floor. Soon, he turned on a device that could receive sound waves. Huo Guanshen's car was parked in the restaurant's parking lot. There was a small transmitter under every parking space in the parking lot. The transmitter could amplify sound waves. As long as there was a suitable device and it was tuned to a fixed frequency, it could be monitored from a distance. At that moment, Huo Guanshen and Song Jining were talking in the car. Huo Guanshen's personal secretary and guards all got out of the car and stood guard around the area. Huo Guanshen was silent for a while in the car. "Jining, tell me honestly. Did the experiment fail 18 years ago because of an error in your experiment, or did someone deliberately cause it to go wrong? If it was a natural error in the experiment, then it was a normal price to pay for climbing to the peak of science. But if someone caused their experiment to go wrong, then it was deliberate sabotage. It was a major criminal case that was premeditated and organized." Song Jining was shocked. "General Hua, why are you saying this? Didn't we already find out the cause of the experiment accident? We researched high-energy magnetic fields. Because this field was too advanced, we didn't have a deep enough understanding of many aspects. Therefore, when we increased the frequency of the magnetic field step by step, it exceeded the limits of what our equipment could handle, which led to the explosion." Song Jining was very patient when it came to her profession. She patiently explained to Huo Guanchen, I also hope that someone deliberately sabotaged it. But all the signs show that we really were too eager to make a breakthrough at the time, which led to a huge mistake. Really? Huo Guanchen asked slowly. Jining, do you know? For the past 18 years, I've never given up on investigating the truth behind the failure of the experiment. Song Jining was speechless. She smirked. Did you manage to find out anything? Huo Guanchen shook his head. Nothing. Song Jining nodded. As far as I know, the military also evaluated the experiment in many aspects. It proved that it was indeed because we had underestimated the high-energy magnetic field data and energy that caused the abnormal explosion. This kind of explosion was similar to the big explosion in the Tunguska region of Siberia in Russia. Of course, the yield was not as large. And now, 18 years later, our understanding of high-energy magnetic fields has become more complete. We've already published several high-quality papers in cutting-edge science, proving how the mistake was made. Song Jining glanced at Huo Guanchen. You don't have to waste time. She pushed the car door open. I'm going back to the institute. Huo Guanchen walked her out of the car. As he adjusted the collar of her coat, he made a final struggle. Go back. Your birthday is in 2 days. Are you really not going to invite me to your birthday party? This was the first update of the day, Chapter 2024, The Old House on Fire, 6. It was November. Please give me your guaranteed monthly tickets. And recommendation tickets. There were 2 updates today. 8:00 in the evening the next day. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2036. Song Jining quickly took a step back and swatted Huo Guanchen's hand away. She said unhappily, speak properly and don't touch me. I've already said that you don't have to come to my birthday. With that, he turned around and left. Huo Guanchen stood in the parking lot and stared in the direction Song Jining had disappeared for a while before getting into his car and leaving. Their car left the restaurant's parking lot and passed by the Institute of High Energy Physics where Song Jining was. Huo Guanchen ordered his men to stop in front of the Institute of High Energy Physics. He looked through the car window for a while and asked his men to confirm if Song Jining had returned to the institute. In just a short while, Huo Guanchen actually saw Lu Yuan get out of the car and head towards the Institute of High Energy Physics. This was not the first time he had seen Lu Yuan go to the Institute of High Energy Physics. Now that he had seen him again, he frowned slightly and said to his personal secretary, "Go and find out who Director Song has been close to recently." The personal secretary agreed and immediately sent someone to investigate the matter after he returned. Song Jining's actions in the Institute of High Energy Physics were above board. In addition to attending classes, she also conducted experiments and held meetings to discuss the progress of the experiments. Therefore, Huo Guanchen's personal secretary easily found out that Lu Yuan came to deliver food to Song Jining almost every day. Every day. Huo Guanchen looked at his personal secretary in shock. Are you sure? Doesn't he do anything else? It's just a lunch. Director Song went home for dinner, the personal secretary continued, not daring to look up at Huo Guanchen's expression. Huo Guanchen clenched his fists and pursed his lips. After a while, he waved his hand. Got it. You can go now. After the personal secretary left, Huo Guanchen sat alone in his office for a long time. He only snapped out of his daze when his internal lines suddenly rang after the sky turned dark. He reached out to take the phone and said hello. The operator quickly said, "Sir, it's Miss Gua. Do you want to answer it?" Huo Guanchen collected his thoughts. Seeing that it was about time, he said, "Connect it." After a few days, Gua Huining finally spoke to Huo Guanchen again. Gua Huining had mixed feelings. She held her phone and stood by the window of the room in the West Mountain Villa. She looked at the dark night outside the window, but her voice was as crisp as usual. General Hua. Have you finished your work? I don't want to interrupt your work. Hua Guanchen lit a cigarette, took a drag, and blew out smoke rings. He smiled faintly and said, I just finished work. I've been really busy lately. What's the matter, Miss Gua? Gua Huining hurriedly said, if you're very busy, I can wait until you have time to call. She wanted to hang up, but Hua Guanchen chuckled. His voice deepened as he said, it's okay. I'll take care of your matters no matter how busy I am. Go ahead, don't stand on ceremony. Gua Huining's heart, which was already dead, slowly came back to life. She hesitated for a moment and said decisively, it's like this. Grandfather Hua has been recovering well recently. He doesn't want to sit in a wheelchair anymore. He wants to get up and walk around by himself. I'd like to ask your opinion. What did my father's specialist physiotherapist say? Hua Guanchen's first reaction was to ask for the specialist's opinion. Gua Huining frowned. The doctor said it depends on the situation. He also said that grandfather Hua's condition can be tried, but because he's old, his condition may be a little worse than a young man's. That would depend on the family's decision. If there was a problem, don't blame it on the doctor. Hua Guanchen also understood. His eyes sparkled as he said, Miss Gua, thank you for your concern. I'm free now. I'll go back there later to take a look. Gua Huining was ecstatic, but she remained calm on the surface. Sure, no problem. She asked again, have you had dinner? Do you want me to prepare dinner for you? Hua Guanchen hadn't had dinner, so he didn't refuse. Whatever. I'll eat whatever you guys eat. Gua Huining smiled. How can that be? But the chef here also knows your taste. I'll ask him to prepare a few of your favorite home-cooked dishes for you. Okay, you decide. Hua Guanchen hung up the phone and rubbed his temples. He got up to put on his military uniform and hat. He left his office and went to the private residence in the West Mountain Villa. Gua Huining waited at the entrance of the villa. She saw a string of headlights winding their way on the mountain road not far away. A smile that even she didn't know existed appeared on her face. Hua Guanchen got out of the car and saw Gua Huining standing at the entrance of the villa's courtyard. The late autumn nights in the imperial capital were already very cold. What's more, they were on the mountain, so it was even colder than in the city. However, Gua Huining didn't even wear a down jacket. She was only wearing casual clothes and a golden and black shawl with a Persian dahlia pattern draped over her shoulders. It made her tall and thin body look even more pitiful under the night wind. Hua Guanchen walked over and reached out to put the shawl on her shoulders. He said gently, it's cold. Why don't you wear more? Gua Huining tilted her head to look at him and smiled sweetly at her most beautiful angle, revealing a mouthful of white and neat teeth. I was in a hurry to pick up the chief, so I forgot to wear a coat. Hua Guanchen laughed and patted her shoulder. Naughty. He added, you don't have to be so polite between us. Gua Huining smiled and nodded. Then I'll call you Mr. Hua. Hua Guanchen didn't refuse. He slowed down to match Gua Huining's pace and asked, where's my father? How has he been recently? Grandfather Hua is doing well, but he just misses his family a little. Gua Huining said tactfully, but Mr. Zhang and the others are too embarrassed to come here often, so they only call and video call. At this point, Gua Huining's heart skipped a beat. She remembered that when she first came here, even the cell phone signal was blocked, let alone video calls. She couldn't make any calls and could only use the landline. Now, she could use her cell phone and even video call. She turned to stare at Hua Guanchen and couldn't help but ask. Hua Guanchen smiled and said, in the beginning, I did have very strict security measures here, but it's no longer necessary. Huining, you're not an outsider, and my father also needs to interact with people. Otherwise, the old man will be depressed if he stays at home alone, and his health won't be good. He actually said that she wasn't an outsider and also called her Huining. Gua Huining's eyes suddenly lit up. She hid the excitement in her heart and became more and more calm and natural. Mr. Hu trusts me so much, so I naturally won't let Mr. Hu down. I trust Huining to do things. Huo Guanchen said as he went to see Grandfather Huo with Gua Huining. Grandfather Huo sat on the sofa in his room with his back facing the door. He was video calling Zhang Baochen's family. The room was filled with laughter and joy. It was indeed a happy family. Huo Guanchen looked at the door for a while and stopped Gua Huining from greeting him. He gestured and quietly left the door of Grandfather Huo's room. Gua Huining followed Huo Guanchen to the dining room and said apologetically, "Please wait for a while. Grandfather Huo will come to talk to you when the video call ends." Huo Guanchen didn't comment. He shrugged and said indifferently, "I know, but I'm hungry. Can we have dinner?" "Of course." Gua Huining quickly waved for someone to come over and serve the two of them. After dinner, Grandfather Huo still hadn't ended the video call. Huo Guanchen held the tea Gua Huining made for him and sat in his study on the second floor near the window. He quietly drank his tea. Gua Huining sat across from him and looked at the small gift Huo Guanchen placed next to her hand. Although it wasn't the ring box she had been longing for, she was still surprised to see the same earrings as the one Huo Guanchen had bought. Caressing the exquisite jewelry box, Gua Huining asked anxiously, "Mr. Huo, why are you so nice to me?" Huo Guanchen's face was hidden in the shadows next to the curtains, so she couldn't see his expression clearly. However, Gua Huining knew that Huo Guanchen must be looking at her intently because she could feel the heat of his gaze. It almost made her face heat up immediately. Huo Guanchen looked at her for a while and suddenly said with confusion, "Maybe it's because your name is also Ning." Gua Huining's heart immediately beat wildly. The soft and thin zitouz shawl on her shoulders seemed to transform into thousands of Tibetan antelopes, running under the pure blue crystal sky of Tibet. But soon, her face turned pale again. So she was just a substitute. Or was it because of the name? She was unwilling and struggling, but at this point, she knew that it was a great honor for her to be used as Song Jinning's substitute. That woman was so powerful and beautiful that she almost couldn't be jealous. This is the second update of the day, Chapter 2025, The Old House on Fire, 7. It's November. Please give me your guaranteed monthly votes. And recommendation votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2037. Gua Huining took a deep breath to calm her racing heart and said with a smile, "Remember that the green silk skirt is full of love for other women. Mr. Hua is also a sentimental person." She managed to resolve the awkwardness so quickly and even compliment Huo Guanchen without leaving a trace. Huo Guanchen was surprised by her quick wit. He turned to look at Gua Huining's face for a moment and suddenly said in a low voice, "Ning. Can I call you Ning from now on?" Gua Huining nodded quickly and said politely, "Of course, it would be my honor." Of course it was her honor to be mentioned in the same breath as an absolute beauty like Song Jinning. Huo Guanchen nodded slightly and said, "I have an urgent mission to do, so I'm quite busy. I won't be able to visit you and my father for now. Don't worry, help me take care of my father and I won't mistreat you." His words were close to entrusting and confiding. Gua Huining's face flushed red and she couldn't speak. She really didn't expect there would be a day when things would turn around. She had almost given up. She still couldn't get over the scene she saw at Yuan AI restaurant. It was clear that sometimes what people saw with their eyes might not be the same as the real world. Not long after Huo Guanchen left, Gua Huining received a call from Do Ayin. Her voice came from the phone, shrill and piercing, but Guo Huining was in a good mood and didn't mind at all. She sat leisurely next to the fireplace in the small reception room downstairs of the West Mountain Villa. She reclined on the chaise lounge with a siete-touche blanket on her lap. She flipped through a magazine from a famous international brand and said with a smile, "Ian, when are you coming back to China?" Do Ian's eyes widened. "Huining, what's going on between you and General Hua?" "Well, I don't know." Guo Huining giggled, "But General Hua calls me Aning now." "What? You even changed the way you call him?" Do Ian screamed, "Did you really take General Hua down?" Guo Huining flipped a page nonchalantly and smiled, "All you know is to take him down. Mr. Hua is a friend, not an enemy. Why would you take him down?" TSK. It's really different now." As Do Ian spoke, she chatted with Guo Huining for a while and even video called Guo Huining. She finally saw the latest pair of diamond earrings from a famous jewelry brand. Although it was just an earring, it was still 2 carats. It shone brightly on her ears, making her earlobes look like round and shining full moons. It raised Guo Huining's 7 points of talent to 9 points. Coupled with her calm and elegant temperament, she had indeed been reborn. Do Ian was so envious and jealous that she almost lost control of her expression and tone. She quickly turned off the video call and hung up. After the call with Guo Huining, Do Ian walked around her relative's room in the United States for a while before calling her boss. "Guo Huining is really serious this time. Have you told Big Boss?" On the other side, her online commenter said in confusion. "Really? Will they get engaged?" Do Ian, she hadn't thought about it at all. To her, having sex meant that they were in a relationship. Getting engaged or getting married wasn't as real as having sex. But the worst thing Guo Huining could do right now was not having sex with Hua Guanchen. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully and said, "Why don't we create an opportunity for them? As long as the rice is cooked." On the other side, her online commenter snickered. "What's done is done. Miss Do Ian, are you living in the 17th or 18th century? It's no longer the era where sex can determine a lifetime commitment. Then how do we know if it's real or not?" Do Ian was embarrassed into anger. Even if they're engaged, they can still break off the engagement. Even if they're married, they can still get a divorce. There's no such thing as forever in this day and age. The other party laughed for a while and nodded in agreement with Do Ian's point. Yes, but Guo Huining has to have something to prove, otherwise who knows if it's real or not. She's been living at General Hua's house for so long, how can she not have something to prove? Do Ian said unhappily, "Just tell me, what do you want her to do?" They had spent so much effort to get close to Guo Huining because they wanted the Hong Corporation to get listed so they could make a fortune. But now, was it because of Hua Guanchen? Do Ian was a little nervous. Guo Huining had no power or influence and could be easily manipulated by them. But Hua Guanchen had the backing of the powerful military. How could they rely on Guo Huining to build a relationship with someone like that? The other party paused at her question. After a while, she smiled and said, "We're all businessmen, of course we want to build a relationship with General Hua for money." Do Ian was speechless. "The Carlyle Corporation's headquarters is overseas. Are you sure you want to use Guo Huining to build a relationship with General Hua?" "Ha ha ha, just wait and see." Her online commenter was quite sly. She actually beat around the bush at the last moment and didn't continue. 2 days later, the weather became even colder. Guo Huining asked the kitchen to boil mutton soup with green and red carrots to nourish the body. This mutton was a year-old lamb. It was tender and fragrant, and had very little odor. Stewing it with carrots was a good thing to nourish the blood and qi in winter. Carrots were also known as little ginseng, and complemented the mutton well. One whiff was enough to make one's mouth water. She had been busy all day and had dinner with Grandfather Hua at noon. Grandfather Hu returned to his room to video chat with Zhang Baochen's family, leaving Guo Huining to play with her phone by the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. She had been hesitating about whether or not to contact Hu Guangchen regularly. Although she knew Hu Guangchen was very busy, no matter how busy he was, he should still have time to send a reply, right? He didn't need to type a lot, he could just send an emoji. The more Guo Huining thought about it, the more tempted she became. She couldn't help but send Hu Guangchen a few text messages, but he didn't reply. She waited all afternoon, but there was still no reply. She became very depressed, but still forced herself to take care of Grandfather Huo for dinner. After handing him over to the rehabilitation nurse and doctor, she returned to her room on the second floor. Lazily leaning against the edge of the bed, she rubbed her phone and couldn't help but send Hu Guangchen another text. At this moment, the other party replied instantly, "I'm still in a meeting. Rest early." Guo Huining suddenly sat up straight and looked at the reply on her phone in surprise. She looked at the 3 words, "Mr. Hua," again and again, and her mood improved tremendously. The heater wasn't turned on in the room, but she didn't feel cold. There was still a fire burning in her heart, burning from the inside out. Just as she was about to dance with joy, her phone suddenly rang. Someone had sent her a photo. Guo Huining opened the photo curiously to look at the larger picture. It was obviously a photo taken secretly. She was in a very romantic restaurant. Under the twinkling candlelight, Song Jining was smiling like a blooming peony. She was stunningly beautiful. The man sitting opposite her was wearing a 3-piece suit, and his back was facing the direction of the camera. Although Guo Huining couldn't see who the man was, her heart froze when she saw his back. She would recognize this back even if it turned into ashes. She was so angry that her whole body was trembling. He said he was in a meeting, but it turned out that he was meeting a beauty in private. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 2026, The Old House on Fire, 8. It's November. Please give me your guaranteed monthly tickets. And recommendation tickets. There are 2 updates today. At 8:30 p.m. the next update. Moi, everyone, my little angels. Chapter 2038. At this moment, Lu Yuan was sitting opposite Song Jining and telling her about his experiences over the years. Song Jining was actually very curious about what Lu Yuan had done in the other world for the past 18 years, but she had never asked. Because this was Lu Yuan's privacy. If he didn't take the initiative to tell her, she wouldn't ask. But now that Lu Yuan was talking about it without holding back, Song Jining was very happy to hear it. "So, you met Professor Lu the moment you went?" Song Jining asked very implicitly. Neither of them mentioned where Lu Yuan had gone. There was a tacit understanding between them. Therefore, it didn't matter if they were eavesdropped on when they said this. When no one mentioned the words "other world," even if they were eavesdropped, the other party would only think that this was about Lu Yuan's experience abroad. Now, many people knew that the 2 brothers, Lu Yuan and Lu Jin, had come back from abroad. However, very few people understood that this other world was not the other world. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. "Yes, I was quite lucky. I met Professor Lu the moment I went. He was also very young at that time, and his mind was full of wonderful ideas. What was even more frightening was that he had the ability to turn these wonderful ideas into reality. Professor Lu is indeed very powerful." Song Jining praised Lu Jin sincerely. "I've only worked with him for a month, but I've learned a lot from him." "You're not bad either." Professor Lu rarely praises people, but sometimes, he still reluctantly praises you, Lu Yuan said humorously and winked at Song Jining. Song Jining thought of Lu Jin's temper and expression and couldn't help but laugh. "It's indeed difficult for Professor Lu to praise me, but I'm willing to do so." Lu Jin was best at praising himself, and rarely looked down on others. To be praised by him, even if it was just reluctantly, was still a great honor and affirmation. Lu Yuan smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed. He took out the gift he had prepared. It was also a jewelry box, the same brand as the ring Huo Guanchen had bought. Song Jining didn't refuse. She smiled and took a look. "It's so beautiful," she praised in surprise. Her bright eyes reflected the brilliance of the jewelry, and she was indescribably beautiful. Text messages kept coming in, and Guo Huining's phone kept ringing. "I'm Deputy Director Jiao. This is my new number. I happened to be eating at the hotel today and happened to see it. I thought it looked familiar, so I sent it to you. I didn't see the man's face, but from his back, it looks like General Hua. Of course, it's also possible that I'm mistaken, and I'm too embarrassed to look at the front. These 2 seats are at the end of the corridor. It would be too deliberate to walk over. It would be too awkward if I got the wrong person." The corner of Guo Huining's mouth twitched. She quickly grabbed her handbag and walked out of the house while replying to the message, "Thank you, Deputy Director Jiao. Who are you having dinner with? I'll come and take a look." Just as Guo Huining was driving crazily towards the hotel, she received another photo. This one was even more obvious. In the photo, Song Jining was sitting opposite the man with the back of a mountain. She was opening a jewelry box and looking at the jewelry inside. From the angle of the photo, she couldn't see what kind of jewelry was in the jewelry box, but Guo Huining recognized it immediately. Wasn't it the same brand that Huo Guanchen had used to buy the rings and earrings? The earrings were still in her ears. Guo Huining's heart was so agitated that she couldn't think straight. What she was most afraid of wasn't that Huo Guanchen didn't like her, but that Song Jining had changed her mind and was willing to be with him again. If that was the case, she knew she had no chance of winning. However, what Guo Huining didn't know was that the same photo was also sent to Huo Guanchen. Huo Guanchen had just finished a meeting and was sitting in the conference room sorting through the information he had just given. He checked the meeting minutes and even asked his secretary to bring him a bottle of water. When the personal secretary brought the water in, she also brought his personal phone in. This was because mobile phones were strictly prohibited in meetings at the military headquarters. Huo Guanchen's personal phone was placed in the locker outside. He would only take it out after the meeting. Huo Guanchen took the phone and glanced at it. He quickly found the photo from a few minutes ago. His fingers paused for a moment, but he still clicked on the photo. Huo Guanchen stood up abruptly when he saw Song Jining's beautiful smile in the photo and the silhouette that made his pupils contract. Huo Guanchen gripped the phone so tightly that he almost crushed it. His lips were pursed so tightly that they were almost white. He felt uneasy and fearful. What was the meaning of this photo? Huo Guanchen felt bitter when he saw Song Jining smiling at another man without any defense. But why did that person choose this scene to deliberately take a picture of her back? Huo Guanchen's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly calmed down. He quickly turned around and left the conference room with his phone in hand as he said, "Prepare the car for me. I'm going to this hotel." He took a screenshot of the hotel's logo in the photo and sent it to his personal secretary. The personal secretary quickly found the address of the hotel. It was quite easy to find because there was only one 6-star hotel with such an obvious logo in the imperial capital. The hotel's environment was elegant and beautiful. It was low-key and luxurious. Lu Yuan talked about his business in the other world, and Song Jining listened with relish. After a while, the waiter saw that their glasses were empty and came over to pour wine. However, for some reason, his hands suddenly went numb. His hand trembled, and the red wine quickly flowed out of the glass and dripped onto Lu Yuan's pants. He was wearing light-colored pants today, and the place where the red wine was dripping was very awkward. He quickly stood up and covered it with the hotel's menu. He said, "I'm going out for a while. I'll be back soon." Song Jining also saw it, but she pretended not to see it. She smiled and said, "Okay, I'm going to the bathroom too." She easily resolved Lu Yuan's awkwardness. The two of them stood up together and went to the men's and women's bathrooms. As soon as Song Jining entered the bathroom, someone flashed out from behind the door and locked the bathroom door. Song Jining turned around in surprise and saw a woman with anger in her eyes. Looking at her, this woman looked like a wife who had caught a mistress having an affair. May I ask why you locked the door from the inside, madam?" Song Jining asked politely. Guo Huining raised her eyebrows. "You don't know me. Why are you pretending?" Guo Huining didn't believe that Song Jining didn't know of her existence. Song Jining found it even more amusing. "Why should I know you? Are you a famous physicist? Or a biologist? Or a mathematician?" Was she mocking her for not being good at science? Guo Huining chose liberal arts because she couldn't handle physics back then. This was today's second update, Chapter 2027, The Old House on Fire, 9. Asking for monthly votes. And recommendation votes. Moi, big shots, little angels. Chapter 2039. Guo Huining's eyes reddened as she pointed at Song Jining angrily and sobbed, "So what if you're a talented woman? You're already divorced, yet you're still flirting with him. How shameless." Song Jining finally understood and her expression darkened. "What do you mean? What does it have to do with you whether I'm divorced or not? How dare you accuse me of being shameless? Just because you're shameless." Guo Huining heard Song Jining's tone and thought of Gu Nianji. She couldn't stand Gu Nianji. "I'm just warning you. Don't think that he still likes you. If he really loved you, he wouldn't have divorced you when you were unconscious. Don't even think about getting back together with him." Guo Huining pointed in the direction of the bathroom door as if the person she was referring to was there. Song Jining understood, "You're He Guanchen's girlfriend." Guo Huining choked and mumbled, "What does it have to do with you whether I'm his girlfriend or not? I've realized that shameless people have double standards. They're strict with others and lenient with themselves." Song Jining mocked her. "You're saying I have double standards?" Guo Huining sneered as she crossed her arms, "I'm just stating facts. I said shameless people have double standards. You admit that you have double standards, so you're admitting that you're shameless." Song Jining shook her head in amusement and went to wash her hands. Guo Huining was furious and walked over to block the faucet. Even a great scientist knows how to scold people. "I'm warning you, don't try to go back to him or you'll regret it." Song Jining obviously didn't want to go back to him, but she was baffled that a stranger was telling her not to go back to him. She couldn't help retorting, "So I won't go back to him just because you told me not to. Who do you think you are? I'll call the police if you act like this again." Guo Huining was already blinded by jealousy and thought that her dream of a lifetime was going to be ruined by Song Jining. She wanted nothing more than to hit Song Jining. Just then, there was a knock on the bathroom door. "Is there someone in there?" Song Jining quickly said, "Yes." She pushed Guo Huining away and walked to the door to open the lock. At the door was a young woman who wanted to use the restroom. She looked at Song Jining suspiciously and then looked at Guo Huining. She didn't know what the two women were doing inside. She mumbled, "This is a public restroom. Why would you lock the door? What a joke." Guo Huining hurriedly walked into the cubicle and closed the door, calming her anxiety. After Song Jining went out, her good mood was swept away. She returned to her seat and said to Lu Yuan, who had already sat down, "I'm not feeling well. Let's pay the bill and leave." Lu Yuan saw that Song Jining's expression was a little off, so he quickly stood up and said, "Okay, I'll go and settle the bill. Let's go. He was very concerned about Song Jining. He had been keeping his distance, but when he saw that Song Jining was unhappy, he couldn't help but gently put his arm around her shoulders and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" "I met a lunatic." Song Jining shook her head and followed Lu Yuan to pay the bill. Then, they left the restaurant together. As soon as the two of them left, Wu Guanchen arrived in the car. However, he didn't get out of the car. He just watched Lu Yuan and Song Jining walk out with a deep gaze. One was tall and steady, while the other was beautiful and moving. They walked together in an indescribable harmony. Wu Guanchen clenched his hands tightly. It wasn't until the two of them got into the car that he ordered someone to drive the car away. However, just as his car left, Guo Huining came out of the restaurant and happened to see the license plate number of Wu Guanchen's car. The license plate number of a military vehicle, especially a license plate of Wu Guanchen's level, was very special and easy to remember. Guo Huining looked at it and felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She felt that her beautiful dream had been shattered into pieces. If Song Jining really wanted to turn back, she had no chance of winning at all. Guo Huining returned to the West Mountain Villa in a daze. She didn't sleep the whole night. She sat alone by the bed and looked at the spacious and exquisite bedroom like a clay sculpture. All the anxieties she had been feeling these days seemed to have come true. Would she not be able to keep anything? Guo Huining gritted her teeth. No, she wouldn't give up so easily. At that moment, her phone rang again. Guo Huining took out her phone and glanced at it. It was Deputy Director Jia's new number. He picked up the call listlessly and said, "Hello." Deputy Director Jia's voice was as greasy as his hair. "Is this Huining?" "I'm Deputy Director Jia." "Yes." Guo Huining continued to respond with one syllable. "Huining, I heard from Ian that you're getting engaged to General Hu soon. Do you want to introduce some business to us? Does someone of General Hu's status need to manage money? We, Carlyle International Investments, are dedicated to providing first-class financial services to all high-net-worth individuals and companies." Deputy Director Jia couldn't stop talking about business, like a door-to-door vacuum cleaner salesman. Guo Huining didn't say a word and waited for him to finish before replying indifferently. "No, I won't introduce business to you." Deputy Director Jia was stunned for a moment. He smiled sheepishly and said, "Huining, we're old friends. Don't forget about us just because you've climbed up the social ladder." Guo Huining held the phone with her other hand and said calmly, "Don't pretend to be a good person in front of me. It's fine if you pretend to others, but do you need to pretend to me too?" Her electric car battery plan was originally thought up by the elites of the investment bank. For these people who were committed to capital operations, there was nothing in the world that couldn't be operated. As long as there was profit to be made, South American drug lords and Northeastern farmers were treated the same to them. As long as it could help them make money, it was fine. Deputy Director Jia chuckled. "I'm not pretending. I'm just being straightforward and asking you to introduce business to me. You're not willing." "It's not that I'm not willing, I just can't right now." Guo Huining's face was serious and looked a little sinister. "But I can clearly state the price." "You can clearly state the price. What are you selling?" Deputy Director Jia couldn't help but mock. "We're already so familiar with each other. If we want to have sex, don't we need to charge extra? Friendlifxxk. Who wants to have sex with you?" Guo Huining scolded in a low voice. "Okay, let's not talk here. We'll talk when we meet." Everyone here was Hu Guanchen's people. Guo Huining was worried that someone would hear them and tell Hu Guanchen. Deputy Director Jia saw that she was understanding and nodded in agreement. "Go to the South City Club tomorrow. See you there." After setting a time with Guo Huining, Deputy Director Jia immediately called his superior. Hello, Guahuaning has basically taken the bait. May I ask what you want to do next? Get ready. The voice on the other side of the phone was a little sinister. We can't even get close to people of the whole family's level. Only Guahuaning can get close to them. But does General Huo really have a good impression of her? Deputy Director Jia was a little doubtful. Actually, I heard from Love Yen. From a man's point of view, I think they're thinking too much. The person on the other side of the phone sneered. You still can't tell. General Hua is also fishing. Don't get pecked in the eye by the geese all day long. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 2028, The Old House on Fire, 10. It was November. Please get your monthly votes. And recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. The second update was 8:30 p.m. Mwah, everyone, little angels. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.